Chapter 38:58. When they entered, they did not see Du Fan. Instead, Lung Hua walked up and gestured for them to enter. "Please come in, young Master Lung." Genie Feng had seen him before, so he bowed. When the South City Lord saw Lung Hua, he secretly sized him up and asked, "Young Master, you are?" Lung Hua smiled and said warmly, "I'm the housekeeper of the residence." Hearing this, and seeing Genie Feng's respectful attitude, the South City Lord did not dare to look down on him. He nodded slightly and followed him inside. After sitting down at a stone table, the South City Lord looked at Lung Hua and said, "Young Master Lung, can you pass on a message for me? I want to see the commander." Lung Hua smiled warmly and said, "That may not be possible. It's not convenient for my master. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. I'll pass on your message." The South City Lord was about to say something when he saw Luo Yu and Chi Kong walk over and sit down at the table. Luo Yu had a blade of grass in his mouth and said, "I say, South City Lord, since you're here, just have a few drinks and chat. What trouble do you have to trouble my master? What's more, my master usually orders us to do things. She's not in charge now. If you really have something urgent, just tell us." Seeing this, the South City Lord did not say anything else. He wanted to ask who they were. Were they really not afraid of the Lingxiao celestial sect coming after them after causing such a big commotion? However, they did not look worried. Forget it, he did not mention it. Not long after, Du Fan changed out of his blood-stained robe and walked over. He said to them, "South City Lord, Commander Jean, I've already asked the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. Since you're here today, have a few drinks before you go back." When the South City Lord and Genie Feng saw him, they naturally walked forward and put a hand on Chi Kang's shoulder. When they sat down beside him, their eyes flashed. Perhaps sensing their scrutiny, Du Fan smiled. "Chi Kang is our brother." Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. "What? Is the East City Lord one of your people? Is it strange?" Du Fan took out a bottle of wine from the space and poured them a cup. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Not only is he one of our people, there are also many of our people in the city." Their faces were filled with disbelief. Genie Feng knew that there were people in their city, but he didn't expect that even the East City Lord was one of them. Although the South City Lord knew that they were powerful, he did not expect them to be able to infiltrate the Spirit Immortal City in such a short period of time. Just thinking about it shocked him. When Lung Hua saw them chatting, he smiled and left quietly, preparing to return to his master's side. At this moment, in the main courtyard, Feng Jiu was lazily lying on a soft couch with a book covering his face. He said, "Is everything settled? I don't know what happened from beginning to end. It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it. I've already asked them to take care of it." As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Seeing that she was covering her face with a book, he removed it from her face and said, "You've already been lying down for a while. Do you want to get up and walk around?" "I don't want to move. I just want to lie down," Feng Jiu said lazily, raising his hand to cover his eyes. Chapter 38:59. A pair of hands held his, and a gentle voice with a smile entered his ears, soothing the worry in his heart. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Feng Jiu said gently. She looked at him and smiled. "Don't look so worried all the time. Relax, it'll be fine. Besides, there's still some geniuses who will give birth." Xianyuan Mose replied. He didn't say anything else and just held her hand and pressed it against his cheek. The incident that happened that day seemed to have been easily forgotten. However, the Sun family had declined and moved out of the Flying Immortal City. The people of the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect didn't seem to have any reaction to Sun Wei's death. Days passed, but still, no one came to the small house in the center of the lake. The small house in the center of the lake continued to live a quiet and comfortable life. The door was still tightly shut, and very few people came out. This made the people in the city gradually stop being curious. This was because they only saw the few men who had fought with the Sun family that day. They didn't see the owner of the small house in the center of the lake. Although no one saw the owner of the small house in the center of the lake, after this battle, the families in the 4 districts of the Spirit Immortal City were extremely afraid of the small house in the center of the lake. This morning, Luo Yu, Gu Mo, and the others were exercising in the courtyard. Seeing Fan Lin sitting at the table and drinking tea, Luo Yu smiled and said, Fan Lin, it's rare that you haven't been to the medicine pavilion these days. Come, let's spar. Hearing this, Fan Lin smiled. I admit that I'm not your match. Go find Gu Mo or Wei Feng to spar with. Forget about them. I'll go find Lung Hua to spar with. Luo Yu grinned. After practicing a set of fist techniques, he was about to call Lung Hua to practice Tai Chi. However, before he could walk out of the courtyard, he saw Hui Lang rushing in. Fan Lin, quick, come with me. Hui Lang swept past Luo Yu like the wind and went straight to Fan Lin, who was sitting at the table. Without saying anything, he pulled him up and rushed to the backyard. Fan Lin ran after him and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Something big has happened. Madam is about to give birth. Hui Lang said as he ran, not giving him any time to stop. Hearing this, Luo Yu and the others behind couldn't help but be startled. Master is about to give birth? Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Let's go take a look. The few of them didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Xianyuan Mose looked nervously at Fengjiu on the bed. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He held her hand and asked worriedly, How is it? What do you think? Does it still hurt? Do you need to take some painkillers? Fengjiu exhaled softly. When the pain in his stomach subsided, he said, Better. Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt another wave of pain. It was the kind of pain that caused her to constrict. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, and her grip on Xianyuan Mose's hand tightened. And that she gritted her teeth and called out to Lung Hua, who was anxiously waiting outside. Lung Hua, come in and help me walk. I don't want to lie down. Can you walk like this? Xianyuan Mose asked worriedly, afraid that her legs would give way and she would fall. It's okay. This is just the beginning. It won't come out so soon. I'll get up and walk. Maybe it'll be faster. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Chapter 3860. Yama Lord, Master is right. It'll be better if she gets up and walks around. Moreover, it's just started. It won't happen so soon. As soon as Qin Xin finished speaking, she saw Yama Lord staring at her with a dark face. She felt numb and asked, What's wrong? You mean, she'll be in pain for a long time? Xianyuan Mose's face was dark and scary. Yes. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose pursed his lips and asked with a dark face, How long will she be in pain? When will she give birth? Qin Xin calmed down and said, It's hard to say. Some people are faster, some people are slower. Some people will be in pain for a whole day. Feeling the air become cold, she immediately closed her mouth. Hiss! Fengjiu clenched his teeth and hissed. Xianyuan Mose was scared and quickly turned around. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it painful again? It's nothing. Fengjiu held his stomach with one hand and gasped for breath. Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng helped him up. At this time, Qin Xin stepped forward and said to Bai Qingsheng, Qingsheng, go to the kitchen and bring the breakfast I ordered. Master hasn't eaten this morning and needs to eat something. All right, Bai Qingsheng replied. She allowed her to step forward and then left the room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Hui Lang hurriedly pulling Fan Lin over. How is Madam? How is she? Has she given birth? Hui Lang asked anxiously. As soon as Fan Lin heard this, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He was speechless as he glanced at him. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the anxious and expectant look on Fan Lin's face, he sighed in his heart and thought to himself, I won't argue with people who don't know anything. Bai Qingchang glanced at Hui Lang and said, Do you think it's so easy to give birth? She gave birth in such a short time. Why don't you give birth to one? As he spoke, he ignored Hui Lang's astonished expression and said to Fan Lin, I'll go to the kitchen to bring some food for the master. You go in and take a look. Fan Lin nodded, then shook off Hui Lang's hand that had been grabbing him. He rubbed his wrist, and when he heard Luo Yu and the others rushing over, he said to Hui Lang, Tell them to wait outside the courtyard. What are they doing here? It doesn't matter whether you can help or not. Okay. Go in and take a look. Hui Lang pushed him in. In the room, Feng Jiu was supported by Lung Shuang and Qin Xian. They were about to walk around the room. Xin Yuan Mose was sitting in a wheelchair and watching them closely. Seeing her deathly pale face, Xin Yuan Mose's heart clenched. When he saw Fan Lin enter, he asked, "Fan Lin, is there anything that can ease her pain?" As soon as Fan Lin opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Feng Jiu. "This is a necessary procedure for a woman to give birth. How can giving birth be painless?" Feng Jiu panted as she spoke. She gently stroked her belly and said, "This stomach hasn't gone down yet. It'll probably take a whole day." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's gaze was fixed on her belly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the two children in her belly tormenting Feng Jiu. After Fan Lin came in to take a look, he said, "Master, take advantage of the time when your stomach doesn't hurt. Eat what you should eat. Even if you can't eat, you have to eat some. Giving birth requires strength. I'll go get the midwife to come over and wait in the courtyard." Chapter 3861. Xin Yuan Mose had never experienced this kind of thing before and didn't know much about women giving birth. At this time, when he heard Fan Lin say that he had to eat, even if he couldn't eat, Xin Yuan Mose's heart couldn't help but tighten. Because of nervousness, his face became pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Feng Jiu was stroking her belly and guessed that the child would be born at night when she heard the rough breathing in her ear. She was slightly startled and looked back. She couldn't help being stunned. "Mose? What's wrong with you?" She was anxious and quickly walked forward. "Master, slow down, slow down." Qin Xian and Lung Shuang were startled and quickly supported her, fearing that she would fall down if she walked too fast. Xin Yuan Mose only felt that his heart was beating very fast, as if it had lost its rhythm. His breathing also became difficult. He held his chest with one hand and took a deep breath while calming his overly nervous mood. Feng Jiu had already come to his side and put one hand on his pulse to check. With this feeling, her face couldn't help but be stunned, followed by a laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha! Ouch!" Her laughter made her stomach hurt again. She couldn't help but cry out and quickly sat down on the bed. "It hurts again? Don't you have any pain relievers to eat?" As soon as Xin Yuan Mose saw her clutching her stomach and turning pale from the pain, his heart clenched. His nervousness and worry caused cold sweat to form on his forehead and his face to turn pale. Seeing this, Feng Jiu felt pain and found it funny. She endured it and patted his hand, comforting him with a smile and a painful expression. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that his face was still pale and the cold sweat on his forehead was still falling down, Feng Jiu couldn't help but hold back her smile. She endured the pain in her stomach and asked, "Mose, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" As she spoke, she wanted to check his pulse again. Just now, when she checked his pulse, she only found out that he was too nervous. Why didn't he look better now? Instead, his face was getting paler. Xin Yuan Mose sat in a wheelchair and his body trembled slightly. His face was pale, as if he was enduring something. Seeing Feng Jiu reach out to check his pulse, he reached out to hold her hand and said in a strange voice, I think my stomach is also in pain." Feng Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. She looked at his pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead, which was even worse than her current situation. She couldn't help but blink and look at him with a dumbfounded expression. When Qin Xian saw this, she said, "Could she have eaten something bad? Do you want Fan Lin to come in and take a look?" "She didn't eat this morning. She ate the same thing I ate last night. She didn't eat anything bad." Feng Jiu took a breath and said, because of the pain in her stomach and seeing Xin Yuan Mose like this, she wanted to laugh, but she couldn't because of the pain in her stomach. The two expressions alternated, making her look extremely strange. "What's wrong with the Yama Lord?" Qin Xian asked in confusion. Feng Jiu hissed, then looked at the pale-faced Xin Yuan Mose and grinned. "He's too nervous, so much so that he's suffering from psychological pain." Chapter 3862. Feng Jiu rubbed his forehead and leaned against the headboard, saying, "How should I put it? It means that I'm in pain and he's in pain too." Qin Xian and Lung Shuang were dumbfounded when they heard this. How could it be like this? Perhaps it was because he saw that Fengjiu was no longer in pain. Xinyuan Mo's expression eased a little, but his heart was still beating faster. His palms were a little cold, and his hand that was holding Fengjiu's hand was also sweating. Fengjiu held his hand and comforted him softly. Mose, don't worry, I'll be fine. You're in this situation because you're too nervous, so don't stay with me. Go outside, or find something else to do and distract yourself. You'll feel better. No, I'll stay here with you, Xinyuan Mose said, unwilling to leave. His woman was suffering such pain because of him. How could he leave her side at this time and let her bear such pain alone? I'm fine like this. If you're in pain, I'll be in pain with you. He took a deep breath and said this simple sentence with unconcealable affection. Master, the food is here. At this time, Bai Qingsheng came in with the food and placed it on the table. When she raised her head to look at them, she saw that the two masters' faces were pale and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Her master's complexion was not good because she was about to give birth. It was normal for her to be in pain at this time, but why was Yama Lord's face so pale? Lung Shuang, Qingsheng, you two can leave. Qin Xin can stay here and take care of her. Fengjiu ordered the two of them to leave first. Yes. The two of them responded and left the room. Qin Xin scooped 2 bowls of soup for the two of them and said, drink some soup to warm your stomach first, then eat some rice. Outside, Luo Yu, Du Fan, and the others were waiting outside the courtyard. Seeing Fan Lin sitting under a tree, they went up and asked, Fan Lin, don't you want to go in and take a look? Fan Lin raised his head and glanced at Luo Yu, saying, I can't help much. Master has Yin Zhu by his side, and Qin Xin is also inside. The midwife is already waiting in the courtyard, waiting for orders. All we can do is wait, and don't make trouble for Master. Well, a woman gave birth to a child. What could men do to help? What's more, there were midwives and Qin Xin to help with childbirth. It was not up to a man like him to do it. When they saw Bai Qingsheng and Lung Shuang walking out, the two of them were whispering to each other as they walked. They quickly went up to them and asked, how was it? What do you think? How is Master? Master and the others are eating. Bai Qingsheng replied, don't you need to take care of him inside? Only Qin Xin is inside. Will she be able to handle it? Luo Yu asked again. If she's too busy, Qin Xin will ask us to go in and help. Lung Shuang said and walked to the side and sat down. Sister, is Master's condition okay? Lung Hua asked gently, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry. Master's fetus is in the right position, and everything has been prepared. Nothing will happen. Lung Shuang's voice softened a little, his eyes looking into the courtyard. Why do I feel like I heard you ask, what happened to Master? What happened to him? Is he not feeling well? Huilang went up and asked. Because it was only a distance away from the courtyard, for cultivators like them, even if they didn't listen carefully, they could still faintly hear some of the voices inside. Chapter 3863. The Yama Lord is too nervous, so it's a little painful. Lung Shuang glanced at them as he spoke. Seeing that they were all in a daze, he felt that it was normal. When she heard her master talk about the Yama Lord situation, she was also stunned. After all, she had never heard of such a thing happening before. Or perhaps it had happened before, but she had never seen it before. After a long while, they regained their senses and looked at Fan Lin at the same time. They asked, is there such a situation? Under their gazes, Fan Lin involuntarily clenched his hand into a fist and coughed softly. Regardless of whether there's such a thing or not, if the Yama Lord is really like this, then such a situation is indeed happening. He looked at everyone and said, Master probably won't give birth so soon. You'd better do what you need to do. These people were all standing guard here. From time to time, they would pull him aside and ask him a few questions. He already did not know how to answer them. Master is giving birth to the little master. How can I be in a mood to do anything else? I'll stay here and wait for the little master to be born. Luo Yu said and found a place to sit down. He crossed his legs and leaned against the tree behind him. Guillemot looked at them and said, I've been quite free recently. There's nothing else to do. I'll stay here and wait too. Me too. Me too. Seeing that none of them intended to leave and wanted to stay here until the little master was born, Fan Lin shook his head and said, "All right, all of you sit here. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look and have them prepare some food for the master and the others." "I'll go with you," Bai Qingsheng said. "All right, let's go." He nodded and left with Bai Qingsheng, leaving them here to wait. At night, shrill cries of pain sounded in the small house in the middle of the lake. Everyone in the residence felt their hearts tighten as they looked nervously at the tightly shut room in the main courtyard. Outside the door, in the courtyard, Xin Yuanmo sat in a wheelchair. When he heard the shrill cries of pain coming from the room, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. There were several times when he wanted to rush in to be by her side, but he restrained himself. The maidservants brought in hot water in and out. The smell of blood filled the air. Basin after basin of blood was brought out from the room. His lips trembled and his face turned pale. "Ah, harder, madam, harder." The Fengjiu's shrill cries and the midwife's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Du Fan and the others were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the courtyard. Hearing their master's mournful cries, they were also restless and extremely worried. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the sky. The pitch-black clouds surged and gathered above the small building in the center of the lake. Thunderous rumbles came from the clouds, startling everyone in Spirit Immortal City and causing them to look over in shock. "What's going on? Look, why are the clouds in the sky like that? Look!" On the street, the people strolling in the night market raised their heads because of the rumbling sound. Therefore, they saw the rolling clouds above the small house in the middle of the lake and didn't leave for a long time. Moreover, there were sounds of thunder coming from the clouds. Boom! Chapter 3864. Is it at the small building at the center of the lake? A family head and a few elders looked from afar and noticed that the clouds were surging towards the small building at the center of the lake. What's going on at the small building at the center of the lake? Why would it cause such a phenomenon? I knew those people were extraordinary, but I didn't know they were so extraordinary. Such a phenomenon can't be caused by ordinary people. An old man stroked his beard and said. He looked at the surging clouds in the distance and was really curious. What was going on there? "Let's go and take a look." A middle-aged man said and looked at the others in the family. "Even if we go there, we won't be able to get close to the small building at the center of the lake. Have you forgotten that the people inside are all extraordinary? Now that such a phenomenon has appeared, I'm afraid we'll be suspected of having ill intentions if we get close." Hearing this, the middle-aged man said, "Then let's not get close to the small building at the center of the lake. We'll just watch from nearby. We won't alarm the people inside. Look, many people are heading in that direction." Another person pointed at the figures flashing in the night ahead. The direction those people were heading in was precisely where the small house at the center of the lake was located. "In that case, let's go and take a look. But remember, don't get close to the small building at the center of the lake. Otherwise, they'll treat you as an enemy and kill you," the old man said and rushed forward. The few people behind him quickly followed in the direction of the small building at the center of the lake. When they arrived near the small building at the center of the lake, there were already many cultivators gathered there. The cultivators who could withstand such a powerful pressure in the middle of the night could almost be said to be experts in the city. However, even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such a scene. An old man pondered and said to the people around him, "Look at the sky. The clouds are surging like the waves of the sea. It's very shocking. The air pressure in the air has also become a little low. The aura of the entire world seems to be changing. What's the reason for this?" Another old man stroked his beard and also pondered. He said, "It doesn't seem to be a breakthrough or something like alchemy. What's going on in the small building at the center of the lake? How could it cause such a huge commotion?" They released their divine senses and listened carefully, wanting to hear the sounds coming from the small house at the center of the lake. However, when they released their divine senses, they found that there was a barrier protecting them. Not only were their divine senses unable to probe into the small house at the center of the lake, they couldn't even hear the sounds coming from inside. Not only did they set up a defensive barrier, they also set up a soundproof barrier. A middle-aged man said as he looked at the small building at the center of the lake. He had no idea what was going on. Not far from the small house in the middle of the lake, the leader of the #1 mercenary group, Genie Feng, was standing guard with his men. Others might not know, but he knew that Madame Xinyuan was about to give birth. It was just giving birth to a child. Why would there be such a big commotion? Boom! Another thunderous roar came from the night sky. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Everyone in Spirit Immortal City felt the ground shake. It was as if the entire world was shaking, causing everyone in the city to cry out in alarm. Why is it moving? Chapter 38:65. Beautiful and light heavenly music came from the clouds. Everyone was stunned. They looked up and were stunned. The night sky above the small house at the center of the lake was emitting a beautiful 7-colored light. The 7-colored light was dazzling in the clouds, and it flowed like a colored glaze. It was accompanied by heavenly music, and it shone from high above. It was as mysterious and beautiful as a fairyland. It was faintly visible that there seemed to be magpies flapping their wings and flying high in the colorful light. The light scattered below, like stars falling from the night sky, sprinkling in the small house in the center of the lake. A vision in the sky, a vision in the sky. This is an auspicious omen. It's an auspicious omen. The colorful light in the sky, the heavenly music, and the magpies are celebrating together. This is not ordinary, not ordinary. Compared with the shocked people outside, Xinyuan Mose, who was waiting outside the door in the main courtyard of the small house in the center of the lake, finally felt relieved when he heard the baby crying from inside. She gave birth. She gave birth. Master gave birth. It's a boy and a girl. Both mother and child are safe. Qin Xin ran out with sweat all over her head and said excitedly to everyone. When the people waiting outside the courtyard heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. Xinyuan Mose had already entered the room. At this moment, sitting in the wheelchair, he wished he could stand up and walk quickly to Fengjiu's side. Ajou, he pushed the wheelchair into the room, ignoring the smell of blood in the room. He came to the bedside and looked at the pale and weak Fengjiu. When he saw her haggard appearance after giving birth, his heart ached, and he held her hand tightly with both hands. Ajou, we won't give birth in the future. We won't give birth in the future. He couldn't say anything and just called her again and again. God knows how painful it was for him to stay outside all day and listen to her pain all day. At that moment, he only thought that he would never have children again. He would never let her suffer such pain again. Fengjiu was covered in sweat, and there was a strong smell of blood on her body. When she heard Xinyuan Mose's words, a smile bloomed on her face. Say, have you seen her child? Was she good-looking? Who do you resemble more? Her voice was a little weak. Even though she had already taken a pill, she still felt tired and powerless. It was as if her entire body was falling apart, and she didn't feel like her body was hers anymore. I haven't seen it yet, he said. Rest first, don't talk too much. The midwife wrapped up the 2 children who had been wiped clean and brought them to the bedside. She placed them beside Fengjiu and then quietly retreated. Xinyuan Mose looked at the 2 little things that were wrapped up from head to toe. For a moment, his heart softened. He looked at the 2 children and saw that they were very small. At this moment, they were sleeping with their eyes closed. Their skin was dark red and wrinkled. He couldn't see anything but felt that they were very ugly. He thought in his heart that he and Ajou were both born very well. How could the children they gave birth to be so wrinkled and dark red? Fengjiu looked at the 2 children lying beside her, and a strong sense of satisfaction and happiness welled up in her heart. These were her and Moses' children. Seeing the 2 children safely born, all the pain she had suffered before was worth it. Chapter 38:66. Xinyuan Mose glanced at the 2 children and said, It took you so long to come out. As soon as you came out, you learned to be obedient. You know not to cry and make trouble. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile and closed her eyes tiredly. Seeing this, Xinyuan Mose hurriedly said, Ajou, you rest first. I'll stay here with you. Okay. No one knew whether Fengjiu heard it or not. She just responded softly and fell asleep. When Qin Xian saw this, she stepped forward and said, "Yama Lord, the smell of blood in the room is too strong. Why don't you go outside and wait for a while? I'll disperse the smell inside. Then I'll help Master wipe her body and change her clothes before you come in." As Qin Xian spoke, she bent down and picked up the two children. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose asked, "Where are you going to take the two children?" Qin Xian paused and said, "I'll take the two little masters to the small room first." As soon as she finished speaking, she asked with a smile, "Yama Lord, why don't you go and accompany the two little masters? Come back to Master later?" Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose paused for a moment. Seeing that Fengjiu had fallen asleep, he asked, "How is a Jew's situation?" "Yama Lord, don't worry. Master is fine. It's just that giving birth consumed a lot of physical strength. She's a little weak now. Let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up, she will gradually recover. However, she has to go through confinement for the next month. You have to take good care of her and don't let her get sick. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome in the future." Xianyuan Mose nodded and said, "You know what to do. Pay more attention and take good care of her. I'll come over later." "Yes." Qin Xian responded and carried the two children to the small room. Xianyuan Mose followed her to the small room first. This small house was remodeled from the neighboring house so that Fengjiu could stay in the house after she gave birth. The small house was connected to the main house so that it was convenient to take care of her. Du Fan and the others who were waiting outside could not wait any longer. After asking around and finding out that both mother and child were safe, they looked forward to seeing the two newborn babies. "Can we go in and take a look?" "Yes." "Can we go in and take a look?" "Hey, I want to see the little master. Let me go in first." Hui Lang said to Bai Qingcheng and Lung Shuang, who were guarding the door, as he squeezed his way forward. Bai Qingcheng and Lung Shuang also wanted to go in and see the little master, but the little master was in the side room of the main room. If they wanted to go in, they had to go through the door of the main room. The situation inside was not settled yet, so they could not go in now. "Let's wait a little longer," Lung Shuang said, standing still. "Why don't you carry him out for me to take a look?" Hui Lang was the most impatient person. The little master that he had been waiting for so long was finally born. He could not wait to see them immediately. Lung Shuang glanced at him and did not say anything. Lung Hua saw this and smiled gently. He said to Hui Lang, "Then wait a little longer. But later, keep your voice down so that you don't scare the little master." I know, Hui Lang replied. Not long after, Qin Xian smiled and gestured for them to go in. They walked towards a small room and saw the Yama Lord sitting by the bed, looking at the two children on the bed. They rushed forward. They're so ugly." Hui Lang went forward to take a look and instinctively shouted, "Why are they so small? They're black and red and wrinkled. Why aren't they white and chubby?" Hui Lang stared at the two wrinkled children in astonishment. Chapter 3867. So ugly? Du Fan and the others all looked at him at the same time, their eyes shining with an unknown light. He actually dared to say that the two little masters were ugly? Did he forget to bring his brain with him when he went out? "Why are you all looking at me?" Hui Lang looked at them, confused, seeing them all staring at him, especially his master, who also glanced at him coldly. He felt his hair stand on end. "It's nothing." Du Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder with an unfathomable smile. "The two little masters look exactly the same. Aren't they fraternal twins? How can they be exactly the same?" Luo Yu looked at them curiously and saw that the two little meatballs looked like they were made from the same mold. It was impossible to tell which was the boy and which was the girl. "Yama Lord, which one is the older brother? Which one is the younger sister?" Wei Feng asked curiously. "The one outside is the older brother, and the one inside is the younger sister," Xianyuan Mose said, looking at the two children with a gentle gaze. "Why did you wrap up their hands and bodies? Won't it be uncomfortable to sleep like this? This way, they won't scratch themselves," Fan Lin said as he looked at the two children. By the side, Fan Lin said as he looked at the two tiny babies. He smiled and said, "Newborn children haven't grown up yet. When they grow up, the blackish-red color of their skin will gradually fade and their appearance will also gradually change." In the room, they were still happily discussing the children. At this time, when the rainbow light and heavenly music in the night sky faded, voices of congratulations came from the sky. Congratulations to Xianyuan Monarch for having a son. Congratulations to Ghost Doctor for having a son. Congratulations to Azure Dragon Monarch for having a son. Congratulations to Phoenix Master for having a son. Congratulations to Xianyuan Monarch and Ghost Doctor for having a son. Congratulations to Azure Dragon Monarch and Phoenix Master for having a son. Voices of congratulations came from the clouds. The rainbow light and heavenly music that had faded gradually played again because of the voices from the clouds, and the light became even more dazzling. Hearing the voices of congratulations and the way they addressed them, the entire Spirit Immortal City and even the High Firmament Celestial Sect were shocked. Monarch, Xianyuan Monarch and Ghost Doctor, Azure Dragon Monarch, Phoenix Master, although they had never heard of the Xianyuan Sovereign or the Ghost Doctor, nor did they know of the Azure Dragon Sovereign or the Phoenix Master. Anyone who could be called a sovereign must be the ruler of heaven and earth, the Lord of heaven and earth. When the cultivators thought of this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the small building in the center of the lake in disbelief. The person living inside was actually the monarch of the world? Which world's monarch was he? How could the sovereigns of the various realms appear outside the world and send messages of congratulations? While everyone was still in shock, an even more shocking scene occurred that we're here to congratulate the Azure Dragon Sovereign and the Ghost Doctor on giving birth to Lin. We're here to bless and cleanse the spirit of the newborn. However, we're separated by the heavens and the earth, so we can't congratulate you in person. Please forgive us, Azure Dragon Sovereign and the Ghost Doctor. That deep and distant voice seemed to come from ancient times as it reverberated in the sky and entered everyone's ears. In the main courtyard of the small house in the center of the lake, when the crowd surrounding the two children heard the voice coming from outside, they were all startled and looked at Xianyuan Mose at the same time. Chapter 38:68. Hearing the commotion outside, Xianyuan Mose gestured for Lung Hua, who was standing next to him, to carry the two children into his arms. Then he brought the two children to the courtyard outside in a wheelchair. Everyone has traveled thousands of miles to come and congratulate me. This sovereign thanks you all. A deep voice that contained a powerful aura and spirit energy spread out, clearly transmitting into the clouds. When it landed in the ears of the sovereigns in outer space, it shook the hearts of everyone in Spirit Immortal City. In the next moment, the golden light that gathered the blessings of the sovereigns sprinkled down from the clouds with a gentle aura, accurately landing on the two children in Xianyuan Mose's arms in the small building at the center of the lake. The blessings from the immortal sovereigns would naturally extend their good fortune. In the future, these blessings would bring them endless benefits. Therefore, Xianyuan Mose naturally would not reject their blessings and spirit cleansing. The so-called blessing and spirit cleansing referred to the blessing of awakening the hidden spirit energy in the children, with the sovereigns cleansing the spirits of the two children, not to mention their innate talent. Their future cultivation would be 1,000 miles. Everyone in the city stared blankly at this scene, their hearts filled with shock. Blessing and spirit cleansing. The blessing and spirit cleansing from the sovereigns of heaven and earth was something that had never been heard of in millions of years. Now, they were actually witnessing such a grand occasion. The two newborn children were blessed with such good fortune. They were truly dragons among dragons and phoenixes. Even among millions of people, there was no one like them. It was truly enviable. When the people of the High Firmament Celestial Sect saw the scene in the sky and heard the words, they were all shocked, speechless. Sovereigns! Sovereigns of heaven and earth. Sovereigns of heaven and earth had never appeared in their world. They did not expect that sovereigns would appear in their world, and they did not know about it. Duan Yunhe looked at the scene in the sky and sighed in his heart. He knew that these people had extraordinary origins, but he did not expect them to be unreachable figures like the sovereigns of heaven and earth. In the courtyard of the small building at the center of the lake, Du Fan and the others looked at the golden light that fell on the two children with smiles and joy in their eyes. How wonderful! The two young masters were blessed and cleansed by the various monarchs. That was truly a blessing. Xianyuan Mose looked at the two children in his arms. The two children, who were originally sleeping, moved their little heads comfortably, closed their eyes, and fell asleep. They even grinned from ear to ear. Seeing the two children like this, his heart softened. The way he looked at the two children was so gentle that he didn't look like a ruthless monarch. Instead, he looked like an ordinary father who loved and spoiled his children. When the golden light dissipated, he looked up at the seven-colored light and said in a low voice, "On behalf of my two children, I thank you all. Azure Dragon Sovereign, you're exaggerating." In the clouds, several voices could be heard. They laughed and said, "If that's the case, we will take our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, the seven-colored light in the night sky gradually dissipated. The churning clouds also gradually parted, and the night sky returned to its usual appearance. Only the stars twinkled in the pitch-black night. Xianyuan Mose looked at the two children in his arms and said to Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng, "Carry the children inside. Don't catch a cold." "Yes." The two answered and walked forward to take the children and send them back to their rooms. Chapter 3869. "Yes." Fan Lin responded and turned to leave. Next, the mistress was going to eat the food that could be eaten during the confinement period. Fortunately, they had already ordered someone to brew wine. They would first have someone use the wine to stew a spirit chicken to nourish the mistress's body. That night, because Fengjiu gave birth to a pair of twins, everyone in the Fu was excited and happy. Even though it was late at night, no one felt sleepy. The two children were sent back to their rooms to rest, and the mistress was also resting. They did not dare to disturb her, so they all went to the front courtyard to drink and celebrate. In the main courtyard, Xianyuan Mose sat by the bed and accompanied Fengjiu. He did not go to rest, but sat in the wheelchair and watched her sleep on the bed. She was exhausted. Her face was pale, and she looked exhausted. Fortunately, both mother and child were safe. The next morning, Fengjiu was awakened by the sound of a baby crying. When she woke up, she saw Xianyuan Mose sitting by the bed and watching over her. The baby was crying in the small room outside. "You're awake? Are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare some food for you," Xianyuan Mose said. Just as he was about to call someone in, he heard her words. "Why aren't you sleeping? What's wrong with the baby? Why are you crying?" Fengjiu asked. She wanted to get up, but this movement tugged at the wound on her lower body. She could not help but hiss and frown slightly. "Don't move. Just lie down." Xianyuan Mose quickly pressed her down and told her to lie down and not move. He said, "The baby is fine. Perhaps he's crying because he's hungry. Qin Xian and the others are taking care of him." Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart relaxed. She said, "Let Qin Xian and the others bring the baby over. I'll feed him." "But your body right now," Xianyuan Mose was a little worried. Before the child was born, Fengjiu insisted on feeding the child herself after giving birth, so they didn't hire a wet nurse. They just raised 2 dairy sheep in the back of the mountain. After the child was born, he cried a few times and then fell asleep obediently. He didn't wake up and cry until just now. However, he was a little worried about her health. She was so weak. Could she feed 2 children? Would her body not be able to take it? Fengjiu smiled. "My body is recovering. I'm not as weak as you think. Let them bring the child over." Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose had no choice but to let Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng carry the child over. "Master, Yama Lord." The two of them came forward with the child in their arms and bowed to them. "Wah, wah." The baby's cries were loud and clear. "Quickly bring him over and let me see," Fengjiu said. She supported herself on the bed with both hands and tried to sit up. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose quickly helped her to sit up and said, "Be careful." He considerately took a pillow and stuffed it behind her waist to make her more comfortable. Fengjiu took the 2 children and held them in her arms. Looking at the 2 crying children, she could not help but coax them with heartache. "Be good. Don't cry. Mother is here." Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng left, leaving Xianyuan Mose alone in the room. Lung Shuang was guarding outside the door. When he saw the two of them come out, he glanced at them. Master is awake. I'll go to the kitchen and bring some food over. Qin Xian said with a smile and walked out. I'll go and help. Bai Qingchang said and followed. Chapter 3870. Feng Jiu was startled. She hurriedly said to Xianyuan Mose, You carry one. Xianyuan Mose was a little flustered as he carried a crying child. He saw Feng Jiu undo her lapel and pull her clothes down slightly, revealing a patch of snow-white skin, as well as that plump. He was stunned. His burning gaze stared at her half-exposed, snow-white shoulders, as well as those plump breasts that made it hard for him to look away. But before he could look enough, he saw her carrying the child to her half-exposed chest. The little fellow was originally crying with his eyes closed, but when his little mouth sucked in the sweet mother's milk, his crying suddenly stopped. He sucked like a little puppy, even making sobbing sounds. Seeing this, he had the urge to go forward and pick up the little bastard and throw him away. Feng Jiu saw that the little fellow had stopped crying, then smiled. She looked up and saw Xianyuan Mose staring at the child in her arms with a dark expression. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why are you staring like this? Xianyuan Mose glanced at his son in Feng Jiu's arms and said, Ah, Jiu, why don't we find a wet nurse for the two children? As soon as he said this, Feng Jiu knew what he meant. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she glared at him. She said unhappily, You're the child's father. The child has just been born, and you already know how to be jealous of a child? Xianyuan Mose's face was slightly uncomfortable when she said this. His ears were slightly red. He said, I'm worried that you won't be able to feed the two of them. How can I not know you? Feng Jiu glanced at him in disbelief. Seeing that the child in her arms had been eating for a while, she handed him to Xianyuan Mose. At the same time, she took her daughter and switched sides to feed her. Xianyuan Mose took the child and saw the little fellow smacking his lips. There was a trace of milk at the corner of his mouth. A pair of black eyes blinked and stared at him. Kid, I'm your father. As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he stared at his son in his arms. But in the next moment, his face darkened. He held the child with both hands and lifted him up. He glanced at the large wet patch on his robe. Poochie, ha 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 ha. When Feng Jiu saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh. When she laughed, the little guy who had eaten his fill also giggled. Seeing the mother and son laughing so happily, Xianyuan Mose's originally dark expression also eased. He sighed helplessly and said, This brat really needs to be taught a lesson. Feng Jiu laughed for a while and calmed down, but the corners of his mouth were still upturned. He said, Quickly let Qin Xian and the others come in to take care of the children. You go take a bath first, then go to sleep. I don't need to stand guard here anymore. She was not clean yet, so she naturally couldn't let him sleep in the same bed with her. Moreover, he didn't rest while standing guard here. Seeing that he was a little tired, she naturally hoped that he could go to sleep first. I'm not tired. I'll take a bath first, and then come back. As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he placed the child by the side of the bed, then pushed Luan Lin out. When they were outside, he said to Lung Shuang, who was outside the door, Go in and take care of him. Yes. Lung Shuang responded and then went inside. At this time, in front of the door of the small house in the middle of the lake, many family heads came in person with congratulatory gifts. After one of them knocked on the door of the small house in the middle of the lake, he waited nervously. Chapter 3871. Seeing Lung Hua, the crowd smiled and said, We know that your esteemed mistress has just given birth to Lin, so we specially came here to congratulate you. We hope you'll accept it. Hearing this, Lung Hua smiled gently and said, Thank you for your kindness. However, my mistress has instructed that we won't accept any gifts. I will convey your intentions to my mistress. These are just some things to nourish the body. They're not expensive gifts. Since we've brought them here, we don't intend to take them back. We hope you'll accept them. One of the middle-aged men said. He didn't hand the things over to Lung Hua. Instead, he placed them in front of the door, cupped his hands in salute, and turned to leave. It was as if he was afraid that if he was too slow, Lung Hua would have to take the things back. When the others saw this, they also put down the things and hurriedly left. Lung Hua was slightly surprised. Looking at the mountain-like pile of gifts, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Forget it. Since they've already brought the things here, he'll just take them in. Thus, after the crowd left, he flicked his sleeve and put all the things into his space. Then, he closed the door and walked inside. Lenghua, who's outside? Luo Yu asked, tossing a red fruit in his hand. When he arrived in front of Lenghua, he handed the fruit to him. I'm not eating. You can have it. Lenghua said with a warm smile. Some of the family heads in the city sent gifts to congratulate you on giving birth to a little master. There's so many of them. I'm just about to open them and see what's inside. Oh, I see. Then I'll go with you. Let's see what they brought. Luo Yu took a bite of the fruit and motioned for him to go to the front yard. The two of them went to the front hall and opened the gifts to check. Seeing that most of them were nourishing herbs for nourishing the body, they tidied up the things and went to the backyard. What a fragrant wine. Luo Yu smelled the wine as soon as he entered the yard. He took a few deep breaths and hurriedly asked, There's also the fragrance of spirit chicken in the wine. What's so delicious about it? It's wine chicken soup for the master. Qin Xian came out with the things and smiled. Why are you here? Wine chicken soup? Is there anything else? Give me half a bowl to try. Luo Yu grinned and said greedily, Yes, you can eat in the kitchen if you want. Qin Xian chuckled. This wine chicken soup is naturally very delicious. It's specially made for women in confinement. I also made Crucian carp soup. Do you want to have a bowl too? Crucian carp soup? Is that also good for the body? Luo Yu asked curiously. Qin Xian pursed her lips into a smile and said, There's a saying in medical books. Women don't have enough breast milk. Drinking Crucian carp soup can help. Cough, cough. Luo Yu choked on his saliva and his face turned red. He quickly waved his hand. No, I don't need it. I don't want to drink the chicken soup. When Lenghua heard their conversation, the smile on his face deepened. He looked at Qin Xian and said, Just now, the people in the city sent some nourishing things. I was just about to give them to you and pick some for Master to eat. Oh, were they? Now Master is eating nutritious and nourishing things. Some of the herbs can't be used. Qin Xian said, and followed them to the stone table in the yard with the plate in her hand. Chapter 3872. He was here just now, but Master asked him to rest in the back room. Qin Xian said. Hearing this, Luo Yu asked again, Where are the two little masters? They should be asleep in Master's room. Seeing this, Luo Yu asked again, Will I disturb Master's rest if I go in now? Qin Xian smiled. If you want to see Master, it's better to wait a few days. Master needs to rest more now and recuperate well. Okay then, Luo Yu said and did not go forward. Instead, he turned back and sat down at the table. Qin Xian put away the things and said, Then I'll go to the kitchen first. Are my sister and the others waiting on Master in his room? Lenghua asked. Yes, they're all helping to take care of the little masters. Qin Xian smiled and walked out. Since there was nothing to do, Luo Yu thought of something. He looked at Lenghua and grinned. Lenghua, since there is nothing to do recently, why don't we arrange a celebration tonight? After all, it's such a joyous occasion for Master to give birth to a little master. We can't just drink a few glasses of wine like we did last night, right? Hearing this, Lenghua nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. I'll tell Master or Yama Lord about it later. We don't have many friends here, so we can invite them to join in the fun. You mean Duan Yunhe and Jeannie Feng? Luo Yu asked. Yes, other than them, we don't have any friends, right? Hearing this, Luo Yu touched his chin and thought for a while. Okay, then I'll go and prepare first. Since you want to invite them, we have to do it in advance. I'll go and arrange it now. You can tell Master and Yama Lord about it later. They should agree. Okay, Lenghua responded. After watching him leave, he walked towards the main house and knocked on the door. Master. Fengjiu, who was watching the two sleeping children in the room, heard Lenghua's voice outside. He gestured to the Leng Shuang beside the bed. Let him in. Yes. Leng Shuang replied softly, so as not to disturb the sleeping young master. After Leng Shuang went out, Bai Qingsheng went forward to put down the bed curtains. After all, her mistress was only wearing an inner robe and her black hair was loose. She could not let them see her mistress in this state. Lung Shuang came to the outer room. After opening the door, she looked at her brother and said softly, "The little master is sleeping. Keep your voice down. Don't startle them." "Okay." Lung Hua responded and followed her in. After entering, Lung Hua did not raise his head. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "Master, the various families in the city sent some nourishing gifts to congratulate Master on giving birth to Lin Er. I didn't want to accept their gifts, but they left after putting them down. So I put the gifts away and gave them to Qin Xian to take care of. I asked her to pick something for Master to eat to nourish Master's body." Hearing this, Feng Jiu replied, "All right, I'll take it then. It's nothing." Lung Hua said, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Feng Jiu asked lazily. "We want to hold a banquet tonight to celebrate the birth of the little master. We want to invite Duan Yunhe and Genie Feng. You can arrange these things. There's no need to ask. Go. Let's celebrate and make it lively." Feng Jiu said with a smile. He would let them arrange it themselves. Chapter 3873. Luo Yu and the rest arranged everything, and the residence was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Originally, Luo Yu and the rest had chosen to celebrate today, but when they talked to the others, they said that it would be better to celebrate together on the third day of the Lunar New Year. However, after thinking about it, they felt that tomorrow was the third day of the Lunar New Year, and they could celebrate together. As such, there was this lively banquet today. "Leader, someone sent an invitation over." The mercenary handed an exquisite invitation to Genie Feng and looked at it curiously. "Leader, who did they send the invitation to?" Genie Feng took a look at the exquisite invitation and was slightly surprised. He reached out to erase the seal and took out the invitation. After taking a look, he couldn't help but be startled. It's an invitation from the small house in the middle of the lake. Ah, an invitation from the small villa in the middle of the lake? The mercenary couldn't help but move forward. "Leader, why did they send you an invitation?" Genie Feng closed the invitation and glanced at him. "Go do what you need to do." As he spoke, he strode out. He didn't expect them to send him an invitation to celebrate. However, since the other party sent him an invitation, he had to prepare something as a congratulatory gift. But what should he give? On the other side, Duan Yunhe also received the invitation. When he saw the invitation, he was also surprised. He didn't expect them to invite him to celebrate. Therefore, he began to prepare. After choosing a gift, he left the sect and went to the small building in the middle of the lake. In the evening, Xinyuan Mose came to the master bedroom and saw Feng Jiu playing with the two children. The two children were lying next to her and giggling. Hearing the mother and children's laughter, his gaze softened. "Mose, you're here? Come and see. These two children are so beautiful when they laugh." Feng Jiu called out to him as she played with the children. Xinyuan Mose went forward and saw that the cloth wrapped around the two children had been changed to two different colors, one white and one pink. Clearly, it was to distinguish them. However, even if it wasn't distinguished, the children could still distinguish them. This was because there was a small red dot between the girl's eyebrows. It was just that it was hard to see because of her dark red skin. "Why aren't you resting?" He came to the bedside and looked at her. With one hand, he carried his daughter who was sleeping inside. He lowered his head and gently touched her little lips with his finger. He saw her break into a smile. Seeing this, Xinyuan Mose also smiled and praised. "My daughter's eyes are like yours. They are so beautiful. She will definitely be a beauty when she grows up." Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. "Of course our children won't be bad. However, the children are already born. Have you thought a name for them? What should we name it?" Xinyuan Mose looked up at her and said, "I've already decided. Let's call our son Mu Chun and our daughter Mu Yu." Hearing these two names, Feng Jiu was startled. "Mu Chun? Mu Yu?" She looked at him with a complicated gaze and asked, "Why do you want to name them like this?" Xinyuan Mose looked at her and said, "Although I haven't said or mentioned anything, I have always remembered that Mo Chen died for us. If it wasn't for him, how could we have such a happy life now?" Mu means to miss and admire, and Chun means him. I hope that in the future, the children will also know that there was such a person who died for us. Chapter 38:74. Hearing this, Fengjiu softly called out, Mu Chun Mu Yu, Xianyuan Mu Chun, Xianyuan Mu Yu. She looked at him and revealed a gentle smile. These names are really good. Xianyuan Mose held her hand with one hand and the child with the other. Ajio, Imochen doesn't have any children. I want our children to acknowledge him as their adoptive father. What do you think? Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart trembled. She didn't think that he would make such an arrangement. For a moment, she was speechless. Imochen died for them. She had always felt guilty and owed him. If their children could acknowledge him as their adoptive father, that would be the best. Okay. Her eyes reddened as she nodded. Xianyuan Mose let go of her hand and touched her face instead. You're in confinement, so don't be too emotional. Rest well and don't sit too often. Just lie down more often. As he spoke, he took the other child from her arms and said, You should sleep. I'll take the children to the outer room. Fengjiu responded. She watched as he called for Lung Shuang to come in and help carry the child away. Only then did she lie down and close her eyes. Although cultivators like them didn't have to go through confinement like ordinary women, it was better to take care of their bodies as much as possible. This way, they wouldn't be left with any lingering illnesses in the future. Perhaps it was because the matter on her mind had been settled, but she felt very relaxed. Not long after, she fell into a deep slumber. As the night fell, laughter filled the small house in the middle of the lake. Delicious wine and food were placed on the table. Du Fan and the others sat on the side and rested. Luo Yu grinned and said, Today's wine is a good wine that I've kept for a long time. Later, you should all drink a few more cups. I'm only willing to let you drink because it's a joyous occasion like the little master's birth. Ha 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 ha. All right, we'll definitely drink a lot later. But before we get drunk, you can't lie down. Du Fan laughed and patted his shoulder. With my alcohol tolerance, how could I lie down? Just wait and see. Tonight, even if all of you are dead drunk, I will still be sitting sober. Luo Yu said with a smile. He glanced outside and said, Why isn't Qi Kong here yet? Does he have so many things to do in the City Lord Mansion? Gu Mo glanced at the sky and said, The sky is dark now. It's still early. At this moment, Lung Hua, who was walking towards the front yard, heard a knock on the door and walked towards it. The servant had already invited the person in. When he saw that it was Genie Feng, he smiled and went up to him. Commander Jean, please come in. Young Master Lung. Genie Feng cupped his fists and bowed. As he followed him inside, he said, I didn't expect that everyone would send me an invitation. This Jean is really flattered. Lung Hua smiled warmly and said, Commander Jean is a man of honor and has a relationship with us. Now that the City Lord Mansion is celebrating, we naturally hope to share in the joy. As the two spoke, they arrived at the front yard. Looking at the people in the yard, Genie Feng bowed to them and then handed something to Lung Hua. This is a small gift to congratulate Madame Xianyuan on giving birth to Lin Er. Commander Jean is too kind. I thank Commander Jean on behalf of my master. Lung Hua accepted the gift and stored it in his space. Chapter 38:75. When Genie Feng heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, It's hard to refuse such great hospitality. I won't leave until I'm drunk. Looks like we're late. You've already served the wine and dishes. A laughing voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw Qi Kong and Duan Yunhe walking over together. When Du Fan saw them, he smiled and said, We've been waiting for you guys. The wine today is from Luo Yu's collection. Then I'm in for a treat today, Duan Yunhe said with a smile. He took out a congratulatory gift and said, Here are some small things. Thank you. Lung Hua took the gift and stored it in her space. She said, My mistress is still in confinement, so we can make ourselves comfortable. Please take a seat. Thus, everyone sat down and started chatting. They poured wine and picked up food to eat. They were lively in the front courtyard, while Xianyuan Mose accompanied the two children and Fengjiu in the back courtyard. Lung Hua and the others waited on them in the courtyard. That night, they drank until midnight before everyone supported each other to rest. Duan Yunhe and Genie Feng also stayed in the small house at the center of the lake because they were drunk. They only left at noon the next day. The days quietly passed in a warm atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the main courtyard, Grey Wolf was carefully carrying a white and tender child. With a curious expression, he said, "Strange, this little master was so wrinkled when he was just born. How'd he grow so white and tender in just 3 months? How'd he grow so cute? Look at her, she's so beautiful." He couldn't help but reach out a hand to touch the child's face. It was smooth and tender and had the unique milky scent of a baby. His heart melted at the sight of it. Wah! Suddenly, the child started crying. When she started crying, Hui Lang panicked. He anxiously coaxed her. Don't cry, don't cry. I won't touch you." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body couldn't help but stiffen. His chest was warm and moist, causing him to stand there dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. Look, the little mistress peed all over him again. Luo Yu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Seeing Hui Lang's frozen expression, he gloated. Bai Qingcheng smiled and walked forward. "Let me help the little master change." She took the child from Grey Wolf's hands and carried him into the house. Ha ha! Little Mu Yu, who was being held in Lung Hua's arms, giggled when she heard everyone laughing. The little child's bright eyes narrowed into a line. No matter how one looked at her, she was adorable. "Little Yu is smiling, look," Lung Hua warmly said. When he saw his little master smiling, he couldn't help but smile as well. The 3-month-old children were fair and tender. They had already grown up and would giggle when they were teased. Therefore, everyone liked to play with them when they had nothing to do. Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose were in the room. She was pricking the acupuncture points on his feet with silver needles and asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" "No," Xianyuan Mose said. He looked at his legs with deep eyes. Hearing this, Feng Jiu sighed softly in her heart. She smiled and said, "It's okay. There will always be a way. Later, I'll try another prescription." Xianyuan Mose looked at her and said, "It's okay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm fine like this." Feng Jiu put away the silver needles and sat next to him. "Mose, I want to go to the Myriad Buddha's sect." Chapter 3876. Feng Jiu said with a smile, "The child has been born, the confinement period is over, and her body has recovered well, so I plan to leave after a few days. However, the child is still young, so I want to take him with me. Moreover, we have always been together more than apart, so this time I hope you can also accompany me." "Well, the child and I will accompany you." Xianyuan Mose showed a smile, held her hand, and said, "At that time, we will settle down in a nearby place, and you can do what you want to do." "Well, then I will tell them later and let them prepare." Feng Jiu stood up with a smile, pushed the wheelchair, and said, "Let's go and see the child." The two went out, and when they came outside, they saw that they were all surrounding the two children. After a while, one child was hugged by the other, and the child did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, they giggled. "I know it is you without looking." Xianyuan Mose came out of the door, and, after seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Thinking about it, only you who loved to laugh, would let them fight to hug her without crying or making a fuss. If it was Chan he would have cried long ago. "Master, do you think the little masters have a problem with me? Why do they urinate on me every time I hug them?" Hui Lang came to Xianyuan Mose with a bitter face and said. Xianyuan Mose glanced at him and said with a low and magnetic voice and a smile, "That is because they take special care of you." "Ha! Yes, it is because the little masters take special care of you." Luo Yu at one side laughed, winked at Hui Lang, and said, "I remember that when the little masters were born, the first sentence you said was that they were very ugly. Ha! Wait and see. When they grow up, I will tell them about it." Hearing this, Hui Lang immediately cried, "Ah, don't. Luo Yu, are you still my good brother? At that time, I didn't mean to." Yes. You accidentally said what you were thinking. I know. Luo Yu nodded cooperatively and couldn't help but grin. Looking at Hui Lang's anxious face, everyone laughed. "Come, let me hold him," Feng Jiu said as he walked in front of Fan Lin and took the child from his arms. Ha ha. As soon as the child was in her arms, it seemed to smell the familiar scent on her body. Immediately, it giggled happily. Its little face rubbed against Fengjiu's arms like a kitten. Master, why are the spiritual auras of the two little masters so abundant? They haven't cultivated yet, but the aura on their bodies seems to be flowing in their bodies. Many people were puzzled. Logically speaking, shouldn't he wait until he was cultivating before drawing qi into his body? But the spiritual auras of the two little masters seemed to be innate and extremely pure, which really puzzled him. Fengjiu smiled slightly and hugged her daughter. They have innate bodies. Before they were born, they had already absorbed the spiritual aura in my body, so they can't be compared to ordinary children. Saying this, her voice paused, and she smiled. Moreover, they have received the blessings and cleansing of their spirits from the various monarchs. In the future, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 3877. By the way, you should arrange the things at hand. We'll set off for the Myriad Buddha's sect in a few days, Fengjiu said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other and asked, Master, where's the Myriad Buddha's sect? They had lived here for almost a year. Were they going to leave now? Let Shi Kong tell you the details later. Fan Lin nodded and said, Well, I'll go back and arrange the things in the medicine tower. He paused and asked, Master, will you come back here in the future? Maybe, maybe not, but the Spirit Immortal City is a big town, and the Lingxiao Celestial Sect is here. Maybe I'll have a chance to come back in the future. Whether they would come back or not depended on whether it was necessary. They had planned to stay here for a while, but now the people here knew their identities, and it was inconvenient for them to go in and out. It didn't matter whether they stayed or not. Hearing this, everyone nodded and said, Well, let's go and prepare. Qing Cheng, you and Qin Xian go out and buy some things that the children need. There are many things in this city that can't be found anywhere else. Buy more things that you need, in case you need them on the way. Fengjiu told them to go out. All right, the two of them replied. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose were playing with the children in the yard, while the others went to arrange the things at hand. In the East City Lord's mansion, many people came to the mansion to tell Qi Kong about Fengjiu's idea. Qi Kong pondered for a while and said, Since we're going to leave, I'll have to leave as the city lord. How about this? Let's go back and discuss with our master who will take over the city lord's mansion. Many people looked at him and asked, Do you have a candidate? Qi Kong smiled and said, I prefer Genie Feng, the leader of the first mercenary group. If he takes over the East City Lord's mansion, it will be more convenient for us to do things in the future. In that case, let's go. Let's go back and talk to our master. Thus, the two of them headed towards the small building in the center of the lake. In the main courtyard, when Qi Kong told Fengjiu his idea, Fengjiu nodded and said, All right, we'll do as you say. However, if he takes over the position of East City Lord, I'm sure the people in the city won't accept it. Therefore, ask the people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect to go over and arrange this matter. All right, then I'll do it now. Qi Kong said, bowed, and retreated. Wow. After Qi Kong left, the child burst into tears. Xianyuan Mose, who was standing to the side, saw his daughter crying as well as his son in Fengjiu's arms. He said, Maybe he's hungry. Come, give them to me. I'll carry them into the room to feed them. She stepped forward to take the children and carried both of them into the room. After seeing her enter the room, Xianyuan Mose looked at Qin Xian in the courtyard and asked, What stew did you make for her today? Qin Xian replied, Today's stew is spiritual pig trotter soup. However, our master thought it was a little greasy, so he prepared some lighter stew. Go to the kitchen and bring some here. Xianyuan Mose said and motioned for her to go to the kitchen and bring some stew. Yes. Qin bent her knees and bowed, then left. Chapter 3878. Xianyuan Mose came in and saw her sitting by the bed with the two children in her arms. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were gentle and loving. His heart softened. This was his wife and children. They were the people he wanted to protect. They were the most important family in his life. Looking at them and thinking about the black lotus of destruction that was now in the hands of the devil lord, he narrowed his eyes and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He placed one hand on his knees, and his eyes were unreadable. Feng Jiu put the two children on the bed. Seeing him staring at her feet by the door, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She walked forward and came to his side. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Xinyuan Mose said as he held her hand and looked inside. "Are the children asleep?" "Yes, they are asleep." Feng Jiu smiled and said, "The two of them are just like Hao when he was young. They also sleep after eating. Speaking of which, we haven't seen Hao for a long time. I wonder how he is now." Thinking of Hao who had been by her side for 5 years, Feng Jiu couldn't help but miss him. Back then, she had let him go back with his biological parents. It had been more than a year now. That child was already 6 years old. She wondered how much taller he had grown. "Don't worry, he is going back to his biological parents. They will treat him very well," Xinyuan Mo said, and said to Feng Jiu, "I asked Qin Xin to bring you some stew. Drink some." Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu put her hand on her forehead and said helplessly, "Drink again? Look at how round my waist has become after my confinement." Xinyuan Mo's lips curved slightly. He stroked her waist with one hand and said, "No, this is also very good. I like it." Feng Jiu saw him stroking her waist with one hand and saying such words. She glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Don't be so naughty." "Yama Lord, Master, the stew is here." In the courtyard outside, Qin Xin put the stew on the table. The two people in the room looked at each other, pursed their lips, and smiled, then walked out. In the High Firmament Celestial Sect, everyone had gathered in the main hall because of Qi Kang's arrival. Only a few people in the High Firmament Celestial Sect had seen him before. Since he was with the Sovereign, they couldn't help but size him up. Duan Yin, he looked at Qi Kang and said, "Sect Master is currently in closed-door cultivation, so he can't come out. If there's anything you need, you can tell us. Everyone here is an elder and a peak master of the High Firmament Celestial Sect." Upon hearing this, Qi Kang nodded and said, "There's only one reason I'm here today. I'd like to pass the position of East City Governor to the leader of the first mercenary group. However, if he takes over my position halfway, the people in the city will be dissatisfied. Therefore, I hope the High Firmament Celestial Sect can make the arrangements." Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. One of the elders asked, "What about you? Why aren't you the East City Lord anymore? Aren't you doing well?" "We're preparing to leave and probably won't be back in a short period of time. Therefore, I can't continue to be the East City Governor," Qi Kang said in a deep voice. He looked at everyone and said, "The quality of a city governor and his ability are related to everything in the city. Therefore, I've chosen Jin Yifeng to replace him." He paused and said, "This matter was approved by my master. I hope he can make the appropriate arrangements." Chapter 3879. They chatted for a while in the main hall before the great elder asked Duan Yunhe to send him off. As they walked out, Duan Yunhe asked, "Where are you going?" "I've been out for many years and know many places. If you need my help, just let me know." Qi Kang smiled and said, "If we need your help, we won't stand on ceremony." "All right, I should go back now. You don't have to send me off. Goodbye. I'll probably go over tomorrow to help you deal with the handover of the East City Lord. See you tomorrow," Duan Yunhe said as he sent him to the sect gate. Qi Kang responded, then gathered his qi and rode on his sword, heading towards Spirit Immortal City. He still had to inform the first mercenary group so that Jin Yifeng could be prepared. When he arrived at the first mercenary group from the High Firmament Immortal Sect, the sky was already dark. Just as he was about to ask the mercenaries to go in and inform them, he saw a mercenary carrying wine walk over. When the mercenary saw him, he was startled and quickly walked over. "East City Lord, are you looking for a leader?" the mercenary asked. He was surprised. He didn't expect such a famous person to come to their mercenary group. "Yes. Is your leader here?" Qi Kang asked. Yes. The leader is inside. I'll bring you in," the mercenary said as he led the way. When the mercenaries in the mercenary group saw Qi Kang, they immediately rushed to inform their leader. A mercenary walked over to Jin Yifeng and said anxiously, "Leader, the East City Lord is here." Jin Yifeng was startled. He looked up and saw that the person walking behind the mercenary was Chi Kong. He immediately stood up and greeted him. "Why is the East City Lord here? Is there something you need?" he asked as he invited him in and sat down. Chi Kong nodded at him and sat down. When he saw that the mercenaries had left, he said, "I'm here today because I have something to tell you. Please sit." Genie Feng looked at him with a serious expression. Why did he come here so late at night? Furthermore, he came here personally. Was there something important? It's like this. We're preparing to leave, so we plan to let you take over the position of City Lord of the East District. Upon hearing this, Genie Feng was slightly surprised. You're leaving? Was he not planning to come back? You want to go too? Yes, wherever my master goes, we will follow. Chi Kong looked at him and said, "It would be best if you could take over the position of City Lord of the Eastern District." Genie Feng waved his hand and said, No. If I take over, the aristocratic families in the city will not accept it. After all, I am someone who lost the election. How can I be qualified to take over the position of City Lord of the East District? This is not acceptable. I've already gone to the Lingxiao celestial sect. They will make the arrangements. With them and my master's instructions, no one in the city will dare to have any opinions about you. Chi Kong smiled and looked at him. We've known each other for some time. We know your character. We made the decision, after careful consideration, to let you take over the position of City Lord of the East District. We believe that you will not disappoint us. Chapter 3880. After sitting at Genie Feng's place for a while and chatting with him about the current situation in the East City Lord Mansion, Chi Kong got up and left. After sending Chi Kong off, Genie Feng stood there for a long time without moving, but he felt a little emotional. He had gotten to know them by a freak combination of factors. He did not expect that they would give up the position of the East City Lord just like that. After returning to the small house in the center of the lake, Chi Kong reported the matter to Feng Jiao and returned to the East City Lord Mansion. At noon the next day, the people from a high firmament celestial sect arrived. When the news of Genie Feng taking over the position of the East City Lord spread, the entire spirit immortal city was shocked. East City Lord Chi Kong had only taken over for a short period of time. So why did he give up so quickly? What was the reason? They guessed, but no one knew that they were going to leave. After all, they had only stayed here for a short period of time, and there were 2 children who were only a few months old in the mansion. No one would expect them to leave at this time. However, no one objected to Genie Feng taking over other than discussing it. The strength of Genie Feng, the leader of the number 1 mercenary group, was obvious to all. Moreover, this matter was personally announced by the High Firmament Celestial Sect and the current Eastern City Lord, Chi Kong, so no one would say anything. While the East City Lord Mansion was busy with the handover, in the small house in the center of the lake, Feng Jiao and Xian Yuan Mose were idle all day, playing with their children and enjoying the time together as a family. Especially as they watched their 2 children grow up day by day and become more beautiful day by day. Their hearts were filled with boundless pride and satisfaction. After settling the matters in the Spirit Immortal City, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed for another half a month before preparing to leave. Early in the morning, before the sky was bright, a luxurious carriage quietly went out of the city gate. Just like when they came, they left quietly and did not disturb anyone. When the people in the Spirit Immortal City learned that the people in the small house in the center of the lake had left, another half a month had passed. Apart from the initial discussion, gradually as the days passed, the people in the city gradually forgot about them, as if they had never existed on a mountain road. Feng Jiao and the others, who had been walking leisurely for half a month, stopped and rested on the side of the road. The Million Buddhist sect was said to be in the westernmost place. Because their children were still young, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they walked slowly as if they were on a scenic tour. Along the way, Feng Jiao was cultivating. In half a month, she was about to break through the threshold and advance. One had to know that ever since her strength had regressed, she had been stagnant. Perhaps it was because her body and mind had relaxed during this period of time that her state of mind had changed. She had faintly touched the threshold. "Drink some water." Xian Yuan Mose handed her the water and said, "We have been away for a long time, so your diet is not as good as the one in the small house in the center of the lake." Why don't we find a place to rest for a few days and let you recuperate? Hearing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. Say, I'm fine now. Qin Xin and the others made soup for me on the way. Chapter 3881. Fengjiu smiled and casually said, I didn't have enough rest on the road, and I'm also carrying 2 children. Naturally, I'll be a bit skinnier. Don't worry, my body is very good, and I know that my body's nutrition can't keep up. Seeing her like this, Xinyuan Mose paused for a moment and said, How about you help the 2 children stop drinking milk? Just let them eat some porridge. Hearing this, Fengjiu burst out laughing. She glanced at him with a smile in her clear eyes and said, It's only been 4 months. How can they stop? They'll be malnourished. As she said this, she reached out to hold his hand and smiled. All right. I'll drink more soup to nourish my body. How about this? I think this place is pretty good, so I won't be leaving today. Let's rest here first and let Qin Xin and the rest make some delicious food. Xinyuan Mose looked around and saw that there was a grassland in front of them and a small river downhill. On the other side of the mountain road was a forest, and there was no wind village in front or behind the road. He had no choice but to nod his head. Then let's rest here. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengjiu smiled and said to Lung Shuang, Go and tell them to rest here tonight and let them prepare. Let Qin Xin prepare some stewed soup. Xinyuan Mose instructed. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. She glanced at the 2 of them with a smile in her eyes. On the grassland, Hui Lang moved forward to look at the child in Du Fan's arms. Seeing that there was no cinnabar between her eyebrows, he said, This isn't little Yu-er? I think it's better for me to hold little Yu-er. As he said this, he walked over to Luo Yu and stretched out his hand. Come, let me hold her and play with her. Hearing this, Luo Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Hui Lang, you're quite bold, ah? You actually dare to play with little master? Hui Lang knew that he had misspoken. He smiled awkwardly and said, It means to tease her for fun. That won't do. I just held him for a while. If you want to hold him, you should hold little Chun'er. Luo Yu turned sideways and avoided him, not letting him snatch the baby away. AI, it's not like you don't know. Every time I hug that little ancestor, he pees all over me. Little Yu-er is still more obedient. I still want to hug little Yu-er. Hui Lang grinned and looked expectantly at the child in Luo Yu's arms, who was blinking and giggling at him. Look, little Yu-er is smiling at me. She wants me to hug her too. Give it to me. Gray Wolf reached out his hand and looked at the tender little girl giggling at him. His heart almost melted when he saw the little girl's expression. No, Luo Yu deliberately teased him. He carried the child and dodged again. Little Yu-er, you also want Uncle Hui Lang to hug you, right? Hui Lang moved forward and made faces to tease her. When he saw her giggling even more cheerfully, he couldn't help but giggle foolishly. Look, she wants me to hug her. Seeing this, Luo Yu smiled and handed the child to him. I'll give it to you, but don't make her cry. I know. Little Yu-er won't cry, Hui Lang happily said. He carefully took the child and softly said, Little Yu-er, quickly call me Uncle Hui Lang. Chapter 3882. Seeing that they were carrying the child, Fengjiu said to Xinyuan Mose, Let's go to the carriage. I'll help you massage the acupuncture points on your feet and move your muscles. Okay, Xinyuan Mose responded and returned to the carriage with her. Outside, other than the 2 with the child, everyone else began to get busy. Some set up small tents, some picked up branches to start a fire, some went fishing, and some went to the small forest to look for game. As the sky gradually darkened, smoke rose in spirals, and the smell of food filled the air at night. The child cried because of hunger. Fengjiu got up to feed him, and Xinyuan Mose also got up to carry the other child. In the darkness of the night, the sound of the child crying was very clear on the mountain path. Gradually, the surrounding wind seemed to become stronger, whistling like the howling of ghosts and wolves. The people who were originally sleeping felt the sudden change in the atmosphere and quickly got up to guard the carriage. Torches lit up the surroundings, but it was pitch black. There was nothing but an unusually strong night wind. Whoosh! There's something wrong with this wind. Hui Lang said as he swung his arms and stared at the surroundings. It's a Yin wind. Chi Kong stared at the darkness and said, it seems that this place is not very clean. Stay alert. Don't let those dirty things startle the little masters. Du Fan said as he waved his hand and set up a barrier around the carriage. The children were different from them. It would be bad if they were accidentally startled. In the carriage, Feng Jiu finished feeding one child and went to feed the other. She was not very worried about what was going on outside. After all, on this continent, there were very few people who could be Du Fan's opponents, whether it was cultivators or anything else. If anything happened, they could deal with it. Xian Yuan Mose looked at the child who was full, but blinked her eyes and stared at him. He couldn't help but smile. Look at our daughter. She's not sleeping even though she's full. She went to bed early today. She probably isn't sleepy anymore, Feng Jiu said with a smile. She looked at her daughter's bright eyes and her chubby cheeks. She was extremely adorable, just like a treasure. As the two people in the carriage were talking, Feng Jiu felt a murderous aura coming towards her. She frowned and hid the smile on her face. Before she could do anything, Xian Yuan Mose waved his hand and strengthened the enchantment around the carriage, isolating it from the outside aura and sound. Stay here with the child. I'll go out and take a look. As he spoke, he placed the child in his arms beside her and prepared to go outside to take a look. This was because the murderous aura he felt earlier was extraordinary, and it gave him a bad premonition. Feng Jiu reached out to hold him back and said, let's wait for a moment. Let them try to deal with it first. Xian Yuan Mose paused, then said, with their strength, it won't be a problem for them to deal with strong cultivators. However, if it's against such a strong murderous aura, they're probably still lacking. His wife and child were here. If the murderous aura was too strong, it might hurt the child. Thus, he felt more at ease going out to take a look. Seeing this, Feng Jiu paused for a moment and let go of his hand, saying, then be careful. Xian Yuan Mose pursed his lips and smiled. And don't worry. With that, he got off the carriage first. Chapter 3883. They didn't see that after Qin Xian's body trembled at that moment, a trace of blood flashed across her eyes. In the howling, baleful Yin wind, she suddenly raised her hand to grab Lung Hua beside her. She didn't have a weapon in her hand, but when she raised her finger, a wave of baleful Yin Qi formed. Like a sharp object, she stabbed it at Lung Hua with a ruthless and murderous speed. Lung Hua only felt a gust of baleful Yin wind accompanied by a murderous intent. He instinctively looked to his side and saw her ferocious face filled with murderous intent. Her figure suddenly rushed towards him. He raised his hand to block, but unexpectedly, her strength was so great that he didn't notice it. His sleeve was torn by her fingers, and blood seeped out, dyeing the crescent moon robe red. Be careful, the surrounding people shouted as they rushed forward. However, Qin Xian's speed was even faster, especially when she was only a step away from Lung Hua. Just as her next attack was about to land on Lung Hua's heart, a powerful pressure abruptly gushed out, and with a swoosh, Qin Xian was sent flying. Bang! Ah! A shrill scream came out of Qin Xian's mouth, but it didn't sound like Qin Xian's usual voice. Hearing it, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Du Fan and the others looked back and saw Xian Yuan Mose, who was originally in the carriage, sitting outside. His body was still surging with baleful Yin Qi. Everyone couldn't help but call out to him. Yama Lord! Xian Yuan Mose flicked his sleeve and took out the wheelchair that he had put away in his space. He jumped into the air and sat on the wheelchair. His gaze swept past Du Fan and the others and fell on Qin Xian, who was lying on the ground and screaming. He said to them, this is an extremely powerful, baleful Yin Qi. Be careful not to be possessed by it. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. They looked at Qin Xian with some worry. Yama Lord, Qin Xian is. The baleful Yin has possessed her. At this moment, she is already being controlled. Xian Yuan Mose said in a deep voice. He saw Lung Hua's face gradually turn pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Many quickly help Lung Hua expel the Yin Qi from his body. Lung Shuang protect them. Xin Yuan Mose immediately said in a low voice, as he said to them, "If you don't notice your injuries, if the baleful yin qi enters your body, it will become uncontrollable." Yes, everyone responded at once. Many people quickly went up and brought Leng Hua to the back. Leng Hua looked worried as he came to their side and set up a barrier to protect them. Ah! Qin Xin, who was lying on the ground, screamed. She jumped up and rushed towards them again. Du Fan and the others were afraid that they would kill Qin Xin if they attacked too fiercely, so they didn't dare to use their full strength. But in this way, they were gradually put into a passive position. Here, the baleful yin qi in the air became more and more powerful. One of the baleful yin qi rose from the ground and pierced through the air like a cold sword. Its momentum was so strong that it had already surpassed Qin Xion's strength. They quickly dodged. Thinking that their master and the two little masters were still in the carriage, they gritted their teeth and said, "No matter what, let's capture her first." As soon as they finished speaking, several people surrounded her and attacked her fiercely. Under their siege, she was gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 3884. Just as Du Fan couldn't bear the sharp pain and retreated, Qin Xian attacked him. Seeing this, Qi Kong and the others quickly attacked, but they were surrounded by a strong wind. The wind and sand rolled up, and they couldn't see what was in front of them. Xin Yuan Mose, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had been watching quietly. When he saw that Qi Kong and the others were bound by the cold wind and Du Fan was in danger, he flicked his finger and a stream of air with a murderous aura attacked. Whoosh! Hiss! Ah! Qin Xion's knee was hit, and the pain seeped into her bones. It was so painful that she immediately knelt down. She turned her head abruptly, and a bloody light flashed in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and roared like a wild beast. Then she pounced on Xin Yuan Mose. She leapt into the air with her body half bent, and her outstretched hand drew a sharp gust of wind in the air. However, before her attack could even get close, her entire body was sent flying by Xin Yuan Mose. Bang! Ah! Her body fell heavily to the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to get up, but she felt a strong and suffocating aura coming at her. She held her head and screamed. She grabbed her hair with both hands and turned her head abruptly. Her blood-red eyes glared fiercely at Xin Yuan Mose, and then she jumped into the small forest. Qin Xian! Everyone shouted and wanted to chase after her, but they heard Xin Yuan Mose's voice. Wait! Xin Yuan Mose looked at them and stopped them from following. He glanced at the small forest and then looked at Du Fan. Du Fan, how are you? My divine sense is under attack. Du Fan's face was slightly pale. His condition was clearly not quite right. Xin Yuan Mose narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "This dark specter is extremely powerful. Its strength is not on par with yours. Furthermore, the smell of blood on its body is extremely strong. I reckon that its hands are stained with the blood of many people. Its attack is very effective, especially when it damages the consciousness. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very serious." He paused and looked at him, saying, "Go and rest for a while. Adjust your aura and heal yourself so that you won't be injured." Du Fan originally wanted to say that there was no need, but his body felt increasingly unwell. Moreover, once his spiritual sense was injured, it could be either light or heavy. In the end, he still replied, "Yes." "Yama Lord, what about Qin Xian?" Fan Lin looked at him and asked worriedly, "Will she be okay? Will the Yin Fiend kill her?" Feng Jiu lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. Because of the enchantment and soundproof enchantment set up in the carriage, she did not know what was going on outside. However, when she came out and saw the situation, she knew that it was not good. Especially when she heard Fan Lin's words, she frowned. Since the Yin Fiend has possessed her body, it will not kill her easily. Right now, she will be fine. However, after being possessed by the Yin Fiend, her body will probably be very weak. Xin Yuan Mo said. As soon as his voice fell, he seemed to sense something and turned to look at Feng Jiu in the carriage. "Why did you come out?" "I was worried, so I came out to take a look." What happened to Qin Xian? Feng Jiu asked. She got out of the carriage and walked towards him. When she saw that Leng Hua and Du Fan were both sitting on the ground and adjusting their breathing, she could not help but frown. Chapter 3885. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him and nodded. Yes, no matter what, saving Qin Xian is the most important thing. Don't worry, Xin Yuan Mose said, and gestured for her to get into the carriage. After seeing her turn around and get into the carriage, he said to everyone, I just said that this inspector's cultivation is on par with yours. If you fight it head-on, you will be slightly weaker than it. In addition, it is attached to Qin Xian's body, so you will be merciful. If you fight it head-on, you will not be able to gain the upper hand. Hearing this, everyone was silent and did not say a word. That's right, because the inspector was attached to Qin Xian's body, they did not dare to kill it. Moreover, the inspector was fatal to them, so if they fought it head-on, they would be at a disadvantage. Master, according to your opinion, what should we do? Hui Lang asked. Since this thing has appeared here, then it must have a cave in the surroundings. Go and find where its cave is first, then come back and report. Remember, don't act rashly and alert it. If you encounter it, you must be 120% alert. If you're even the slightest bit careless, you will give the baleful an opportunity to take advantage of. Hearing this, Hui Lang asked again, Master, how can we find the inspector's acupoint? Where the Shi gathers, it must be a place where there is little sunlight. The aura of resentment should be very strong. If you search according to these points, it should be in this small forest. As long as we find the inspector's acupoint, even if it escaped very far, it will appear in front of us. Xin Yuan Mo said to them, Qing Cheng, stay here. The rest of you go together. Be careful. Yes. The few of them replied and glanced at Leng Hua and Du Fan, who were sitting cross-legged and meditating. They said to Bai Qing Cheng, keep an eye on this place. Yes, I will. Bai Qing Cheng replied and stood guard beside the carriage. Sitting in the wheelchair, Xin Yuan Mose looked at the night sky above the forest, and his expression became more and more serious. Bai Qing Cheng saw him staring at the top of the forest and asked, Yama Lord, why is this evil spirit so powerful? Xin Yuan Mose glanced at her, and then shifted his gaze to the night sky above the little forest. He said, that baleful should have formed many years ago. It's so powerful because it feeds on the essence and blood of cultivators. His voice paused for a moment before he continued. Moreover, the murderous aura and resentment above the small forest are soaring to the sky. Even if they go in, they might not be able to find the meridian point of the murderous aura. Then what should we do? Will they be in danger? Bai Qing Qing asked. Xin Yuan Mose pondered for a moment. He glanced at them, then went to the side of the carriage and lifted the curtain to look at Feng Jiu and the two children inside. The two children refused to sleep, and Feng Jiu was coaxing them. When she saw Xin Yuan Mose lift the curtain and look in, she asked, What's wrong? I told Qi Kong and the others to go into the little forest to find the meridian point of the murderous aura. But when I looked up, I saw that the murderous aura and resentment in the sky above the little forest are alternating. I'm worried that they'll be in trouble if they go in. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu smiled and said, Then go in. I'll take care of the children. They'll be fine. We'll wait here for you to come out. I'm worried. Chapter 3886. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Don't worry. Leng Shuang and the others are still here. Don't worry. Xin Yuan Mose was still hesitating. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the small forest. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Hui Lang's voice. He frowned and looked towards the small forest, his thin lips slightly pursed. Quick, go and take a look. It's Hui Lang's voice. Something must have happened. Feng Jiu urged him to go and take a look. With his cultivation at the peak of the divine king stage, even if he could not stand up, his strength was not affected at all. If he went over, perhaps the matter would be resolved. Xin Yuan Mose paused for a moment, then said, Take the child and stay in the carriage. Don't come down. I'll go and take a look. Okay, Feng Jiu replied. He looked at him and said, Be careful. Xianyuan Mose looked at Lung Shuang, Bai Qingsheng, and Many. He said, "Be vigilant and protect them well. Many, you go with Mose. Lung Shuang and Qingsheng will be here. Justing you will be enough." Feng Jiu gestured for him to go to Xianyuan Mose's side to take care of him. Many replied, "Yes." He immediately went to Xianyuan Mose's side. Xianyuan Mose wanted Many to stay, but before he could say anything, Feng Jiu said, "Let Many go with you. I'm more at ease." Hearing this, he nodded and walked towards the small forest with many other people. Feng Jiu watched them leave. He saw Xianyuan Mose sitting in his wheelchair, and Many pushed him from behind. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the small forest. When they could no longer be seen, Feng Jiu looked up at the night sky above the small forest. "I didn't feel it during the day, but after midnight, the Yin energy is so strong," she said softly. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be such a strong Yin Qi in a place like this. At this moment, Lung Hua withdrew his aura and slowly exhaled before opening his eyes. He looked at the wound on his hand and stood up. "Master!" Feng Jiu lifted the curtain with one hand, looked at him, and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "I'm better, but I still feel a trace of cold Yin Qi in my body," Lung Hua said. He clenched his fist and felt that his palm was also cold. Feng Jiu looked at his expression and said, "Come closer." Lung Hua obeyed and came to the side of the carriage. He reached out his hand at her signal. Lung Shuang was a little worried as he watched from the side. Seeing his master take Lung Hua's pulse and withdraw his hand after a while, he asked, "Master, how is he?" Feng Jiu's expression hardened slightly. "This Yin Qi is much stronger than I thought. The Yin Qi in your body hasn't been completely removed." As she spoke, she glanced at the two children waving their little hands on the soft couch. She called out Tun Yun and accompanied them to play in the carriage. She then walked out of the carriage. She grabbed Lung Hua's injured hand and examined the wound. Then, she circulated the spiritual energy in her body. She gathered spiritual energy in her other hand and pushed it up through her palm. Lung Hua only felt a wave of spiritual energy carrying the heat of the phoenix's flames move through his veins. As it flowed, he felt a wave of warmth surge through his body, dispersing the wave of cold Yin Qi in his body. Feng Jiu circulated her qi to help force out the remaining Yin Qi in his body. Only when she saw threads of cold air emerge from his forehead did she withdraw her hand, saying, "Lung Shuang, help him bandage his wound." Chapter 3887. The chilly wind swept over like a sea current, causing the surrounding weeds on the ground to bend. In the small forest on the other side of the mountain path, the leaves rustled as if someone was crazily shaking the branches. "Be careful." Feng Jiu warned them to be careful. At the same time, she quickly returned to the horse carriage and sent the two children and Tun Yun into the space. After sending the two children into the space, she finally felt relieved. She had never been afraid of danger. However, after having two children, she was worried that they would be hurt because they were defenseless. Now that she had sent them into the space, she felt a little more at ease. In her opinion, there was nowhere safer than in her space. She didn't have to worry about them getting hurt in the space. Moreover, there were a few little beasts accompanying them in the space. This way, she could face any danger with ease. She didn't attack them directly. Instead, she set up a barrier and asked them to stay inside. The chilly wind rolled up from the ground. When it approached the horse carriage, it was blocked by the barrier. At this moment, a black shadow gradually took shape in the night sky. It was like a shadow. She couldn't see its face clearly. She only knew that it had a pair of blood-red eyes. The murderous aura and resentment that emanated from its body were extremely strong. The two auras were attacking the barrier, as if trying to break it open. Feng Jiu stared at the shadow in front of them and then looked towards the woods. She was surprised. This isn't the one from before. Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng heard this and looked at each other. The one from before possessed Qin Xian's body. It seemed to be a woman. The murderous aura wasn't as strong as this one. This one seems to be a man. It's even more powerful than the one from before. That should be a pair, Feng Jiu said thoughtfully. Master, what should we do now? By Qing Sheng asked. Wait, Feng Jiu said. Wait until they find the acupoints of these two Yin spirits. As long as they clean up the area, we don't need to do anything. They will disappear naturally. But Dashi paused and looked at Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng. She said, women belong to the Yin, so it's easier for them to be possessed. You two have to be careful. Stay alert. Hearing this, the two of them became alert and nodded solemnly. Yes, we will. Master, how long can this barrier last? Lung Hua watched as the Yin Spectre continued to attack the barrier. He was worried that the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand its repeated attacks. That's hard to say. We'll have to see how powerful it is. As Feng Jiu spoke, he stood by the side of the carriage and did not move. He only looked at the Yin Spectre, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lung Hua pondered for a moment before voicing the questions in his heart. Master, if it were any other time, this kind of evil spirit wouldn't dare to approach us. Why would it dare to attack us like this? Moreover, it's obvious that it's luring the tiger away from the mountain. It seems like it's coming for us. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. It's coming for us. No, it's coming for the two children. At this point, Feng Jiu's expression turned cold and a murderous look flashed across his clear eyes. This inspector was targeting his children. Chapter 3888. Innate spiritual bodies and babies less than a year old. In the eyes of the inspector, these two children are great nourishment. Feng Jiu said coldly. She stared at the inspector that was hitting the barrier, and a fierce murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Lung Hua and the others' expressions froze. To be able to sense the existence of the two children and be so strong, these two inspectors were really not ordinary. Whoosh! Bang! A powerful air current whistled and hit the barrier. When the two air currents collided, a loud bang was heard. The air current swayed with a whoosh, and the inspector hit the barrier again, ferociously trying to pounce into the barrier. Feng Jiu looked on coldly. She did not intend to make a move, but when she thought that the inspector was targeting her children, a murderous intent surged in her heart. She stretched out her hand, and, with a flash of light, the Qing Feng sword that she rarely used appeared in her hand. All of you stay in a barrier and don't go out. I'll deal with this thing, she said slowly. Just as she was about to go out, she saw Lung Hua stop her. Master, your strength has not recovered yet. The Yama Lord said that the inspector's strength was on par with ours. This one is even stronger. If you go up against it, it's just the inspector. What's there to be afraid of? Feng Jiu said. She raised her hand and wiped the Qing Feng sword in her hand, saying, my current strength is more than enough to deal with it. But Lung Hua wanted to say more, but he saw that she had already gathered her energy and was heading out. He could not stop her even if he wanted to. Let's wait and see first. If it doesn't work, we can go out and help. Lung Hua said, looking at his master outside, his spiritual aura surged. With a flip of his hand, a flame attacked. When the inspector saw the scorching flame coming, it roared and quickly retreated. Then it went around to the side and pounced. From the black shadow, a pair of ghost claws seemed to reach out and attack Feng Jiu's heart. Seeing this scene, Lung Hua and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Their breaths were stuck in their throats until they saw their master slashing his sword at the pair of ghost claws. Only then did they finally calm down. The bell at her waist rang, but it was covered by the sound of the air current and the whistling cold wind. A bone-piercing inspector filled the surroundings, forming the appearance of a ferocious beast that pounced at her with its mouth wide open. Feng Jiu immediately turned her palm, and a spiritual force shot out from her palm. With a whoosh, a crimson flame burst out from the long sword in her hand. The flame soared, and the airflow whistled. Instead of retreating, she advanced. Holding the flaming Qing Feng sword in one hand, she went up to meet the attack. With a leap, she leaped into the air, and the long sword in her hand, which contained the power to split heaven and earth, slashed down from above. How dare you have ideas than us? I will definitely destroy your soul and make you unable to reincarnate. Die for me. Her cold voice contained a frightening, murderous aura. Accompanied by her clear shout, a sharp sword that shot out flames also slashed down from above. With an irresistible force, it viciously slashed towards the Aen specters below. A terrifying aura that contained an ancient might surged towards the baleful Aen spirit, causing it to retreat in shock. However, when it raised its head to look, it saw that the flaming sword above its head had practically blocked its path of retreat, causing it to have nowhere to run. No! A hoarse roar came from the Aen specter's mouth. It was like a howl, shrill and panicked. The sound soared into the sky and spread in the night. It was extremely clear. Chapter 3889. Although he couldn't see through the forest, he knew that something had happened. Master, something seems to have happened to Madam. Hui Lang walked to Xin Yuan Mo's side and looked worriedly in the direction of the small forest. When he found the location of the Aen Fiend's acupuncture point, he was bewitched. It was as if he had walked into a hell filled with Aen Fiends and demons. He couldn't find a way out and was even attacked by some Aen Fiends. Fortunately, his master rushed over and dragged him out of the place of extreme Aen. Chi Kong and the others also stopped what they were doing and turned around to take a look. They were all somewhat worried. "Hurry up, dig out what's underground," Xin Yuan Mo's said in a deep voice. When they heard this, all of them hurriedly restrained their minds and continued digging. Wei Feng and the others stood within the hole they'd come out from and dug out the soil within it. The further they dug, the more they felt a strand of Aen Chi shoot up from beneath their feet. At this moment, when they dug out a white bone, the Aen Fiend, who was recuperating in the depths of the small forest, suddenly trembled and jumped up. She opened her arms and roared. In the next moment, she rushed into the forest as if she had gone mad. At this moment, Qin Xin was possessed. Her hair was messy and her body was covered in soil. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was full of killing intent. Her figure flitted through the forest, and in the night, a gust of Aen Chi was swept up. When Xin Yuan Mo's, who was sitting in a wheelchair, sensed the Aen Chi coming from afar, a dark light flashed through his sharp black eyes, and he looked in a certain direction in the forest. If there was still Aen Fiend there, then what kind of Aen Fiend was fighting with Fengjiu and the others? "Dig!" he shouted in a deep voice and looked at the people in the hole. Bones were dug out by them one after another. Looking at the bones, Chi Kong said, "Yama Lord, there isn't one set of bones here. There should be 2 sets." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo said, "Find their skulls and destroy them." What made Chi Kong and the others feel strange was that they had found the bones, but they couldn't find the skull. They could only dig as they searched. Since the bones were here, the skull should also be here. Perhaps it was just hidden deeper. However, before they could dig out the skull, they saw Qin Xin rush out of the tree and pounce at them with a roar. "Qin Xin!" They instinctively called out, but when they came back to their senses and were about to block her, she was already sent flying. "Keep digging," Xin Yuan Mo's said in a deep voice. His hands formed a seal in front of him. The seal was as clear as a meat bun, and along with a surge of spiritual aura, it surged out and enveloped heart of the Zither, who was pouncing forward. The imprint was formed by spiritual power, and it pressed down on Qin Xin, pressing her against a tree not far away. The ancient aura on the imprint was like shackles that bound the Aen Fiend, tightly binding her hands and feet, making her unable to break free. "Found it!" Wei Feng shouted in surprise and dug out a skull from the soil. "There's one here too," many people said and dug out another skull. "Destroy it," Xin Yuan Mo said in a deep voice. Chapter 3890. The 2 of them were startled and could not help but try again. However, they only saw fresh blood seeping out of the skulls, and the Aen specter attached to Qin Xion's body shrieked miserably. "Bring it over," Xin Yuan Mo's said in a low voice, his deep gaze landing on the 2 skulls. At the same time, the Aen specter that was fighting with Fengjiu had already suffered a blow from Fengjiu, and its strength had been greatly reduced. It was forced to retreat in defeat. In addition to the heart-wrenching pain that came from its soul, it was unable to continue fighting. It shrieked and wanted to rush back into the small forest. However, How could Fengjiu let it escape at this time? Seeing the shadow escape into the small forest, she immediately threw the emerald edge sword in her hand into the air. A flame surged on the blade with a whoosh. Following her clear cry, the emerald edge sword, which contained her life's flame, suddenly attacked the shadow with a whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fierce sound of air surged, and the sound of flames whistled. Just as the shadow was about to escape into the small forest, the emerald edge sword pierced through it from behind. Ah! As the inspector shrieked miserably, the flames soared into the sky with a whoosh. The shadow was surrounded and roasted by the flames. Meanwhile, in the small forest on the other side, two loud sounds rang out. Bang, bang. The moment the loud sounds rang out, the other inspector's shriek also rang out. In the small forest, the two skulls turned into ashes in front of Xinyuan Mo's. In the end, they were blown away by the wind, and not a single speck was left behind. Qin Xin. Fan Lin hurriedly rushed forward and caught Qin Xin, who had fallen from the tree. Seeing that she was unconscious, he quickly checked her pulse and fed her a pill. "Let's go back," Xinyuan Mo said, and used his qi to make the wheelchair fly up. He turned around and led the way back. Fengjiu waved her hand and removed the barrier. Xinyuan Mo's was the first to return. The wheelchair flew down and stopped in front of her. "How are you? Are you all right?" Xinyuan Mo's asked and looked at the carriage. "Don't worry, it's all right. I've sent the child into the space," Fengjiu said with a smile. She looked back and saw that Hui Lang was limping and Qin Xin was unconscious. She said, "Let me take a look at Qin Xin." "Yeah." Hearing that the child was in the interspace, Xinyuan Mo's relaxed. "Master, Qin Xion's condition, Qin Xion's condition," Fan said and quickly put Qin Xin. As soon as Fengjiu reached out and touched her pulse, she felt a cold air coming from her fingertips. She took back her hand and turned her palm. She used the life flame in her body to force the yin qi out of her body with the help of her spiritual power. Fan Lin supported her and saw that there was a trace of cold air coming out of her head. Her originally cold body gradually warmed up, and his heart finally relaxed. After seeing his master withdraw his hand, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Master, she has been possessed for so long. Will her body not be able to recover? She will be weaker these days. You pay more attention and take good care of her. In addition, she also has some internal injuries. You help her recuperate," Fengjiu said, and then said to Bai Qingcheng and Leng Shuang, "You two take her into the carriage and help her change her clothes and clean her up." "Okay." The two answered and stepped forward to help the unconscious Qin Xin up. Chapter 3891. "Hui Lang, how are you?" Fengjiu asked, her gaze falling on Hui Lang. "Don't worry, madam. I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries." Hui Lang grinned, limping to the side and sitting down. Seeing many people come forward to help him apply medicine, Fengjiu did not step forward. She came to Xinyuan Mo's side and sat down. For a moment, she did not speak, only looking ahead and thinking. The two sat in silence for a long time. Xinyuan Mo's looked at her and saw her brows slightly furrowed, with worry in her eyes. He asked, "Are you still worried?" "Yes, I didn't expect something like this to happen tonight." Fengjiu sighed softly in her heart. She did not expect that the Yin fiends would detect the innate spiritual bodies of the two children. Generally speaking, to detect spiritual bodies, one must test their spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy of the two children was too pure and could not be concealed. In addition, the cultivation of these two Yin fiends was extremely high, so they were targeted. His voice paused, and then he said, "Don't worry. It's not often that we encounter Yin fiends with such high cultivation." "I hope so," Fengjiu said softly, her heart gradually relieved. So what if there was danger? With them by the children's side, they could naturally protect them and let them grow up safely. Because Qin Xin and Du Fan were injured, they were not in a hurry to continue their journey. Especially after the threat here was removed, they first rested here, preparing to rest for a day before moving. Qin Xin woke up early the next morning. Because of the medicinal pills that helped her heal, her internal injuries gradually recovered. However, her pale face could not hide the weakness of her body. Fortunately, Fan Lin took care of her and helped her recuperate. After a few days, they arrived at a town. Looking at the lively town in front of them, everyone's faces overflowed with smiles. "Ya, my lord, master, there's a town in front of us. It seems that we can have a good rest tonight," Luo Yu said happily, even his steps becoming lighter. "Then let's rest here for a day or two," Feng Jiu said with a smile, lifting the curtain with one hand and looking outside. As the carriage entered the town, a few men stood at the entrance of the town and looked at the beautiful woman who lifted the curtain and peered outside. They couldn't help but stare blankly. It wasn't until their carriage entered the town that they regained their senses. Was that a fairy? It's so beautiful," a man said as he looked at the carriage that was gradually disappearing into the distance. Not only is the red-clothed woman in the carriage breathtakingly beautiful, even the few women sitting and following outside are rare beauties. The other side recovered from their shock, and their eyes were filled with amazement. One of the older men sighed softly and said, "Stop looking, come back to your senses. Didn't you see the men beside the carriage? Each and every one of them has an outstanding temperament. It can be seen that they aren't ordinary people. Moreover, that carriage is also low-key and luxurious. I reckon that they must be from some big family. Such a beautiful woman. Any man who sees her would take a few more glances. We are stunned by her. This is human nature. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha," the man said, patting the shoulder of the person next to him and laughing loudly. Yes, that's right." The other two nodded in agreement, their faces full of smiles. Chapter 3892. The few of them put their arms around each other's shoulders as they walked towards the town, thinking that they might even be able to stay in the same inn as those delightful people. Thinking of this, the smiles on their faces deepened, and their footsteps became lighter. Feng Jiu's carriage stopped in front of a high-end inn. Lung Hua jumped off the carriage first and said, "Master, Ya, my lord, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask if there are any rooms available." Feng Jiu, who was in the carriage, responded and continued to play with the two children. Looking at little Yu who was in Xianyuan Mo's arms, drooling as she smiled, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at this child, she's drooling again. She's staining the front of your clothes." Xianyuan Mo dotingly used a soft handkerchief to gently wipe off his daughter's saliva and said, "It's okay, it'll dry in a while." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes were full of smiles. Thinking of the past, his body couldn't be stained with the slightest bit of dirt, but now his daughter's saliva was okay. Looking at him, carefully holding little Yu in his arms with a gentle and doting expression, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous and said, "Mose, now that you have a daughter, you don't want me anymore, right?" Xianyuan Mose was startled and looked at her with some puzzlement. "How can that be? How can it not be? You say it yourself. Whenever you have the chance, you carry your daughter. It's fine if I don't care, but you also don't care about your son. Do you only have your daughter in your eyes?" Feng Jiu said sourly, feeling that he was being unreasonable. However, she could also see that between his son and his daughter, he doted on his daughter more. As for her, in these past few months, the two of them hadn't been intimate even once. This made her sometimes wonder, could it be that after giving birth to a child, her attractiveness wasn't that great? It was said that women aged quickly, especially after giving birth to a child. Could it be that she was already showing signs of age? Or were there wrinkles at the corners of her eyes? She couldn't care less about her jealousy. While holding her son, she took out a mirror from her space and looked at herself in the mirror. She murmured, "My complexion isn't very good recently, right? Do I look tired?" Xianyuan Mose didn't know what she was thinking. He only knew that she was talking to herself, so he said, "You're just a little thinner than before. It's normal that your complexion isn't as good as before. After all, you've been walking all this time." Before he could finish his words, he heard her exclaim softly, giving him a fright. "You really don't look well? Was he haggard? His skin was dull? Or are there wrinkles?" She frowned as she touched her face. Xianyuan Mose looked at her blankly and said, "No, you don't have any wrinkles. You're still as beautiful as ever." He felt a little strange at his heart. Why did she suddenly say such strange things? She should know that even if she was older, he would still only have her in his heart. He couldn't guess what women were thinking, especially someone like him who had zero emotional intelligence. He couldn't understand what women were thinking sometimes. Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "Chen and you are both your children. You must treat them equally and not be biased. Otherwise, when they grow up and become more sensible, they will naturally notice the difference in your treatment." Chapter 3893. In his opinion, a daughter should be spoiled a bit. Just like how a treasure would melt in the mouth, like how a treasure would fall in the palm of the hand. As for his son, he should be disciplined. Since young, he should be instilled with the concept of taking care of and loving his younger sister. An elder brother should act like an elder brother. Of course, he didn't intend to say these words to Fengjiu. He reckoned that if he said it, she would feel that he was biased. Hearing his words, Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "What you said is somewhat reasonable. However, spoiling her too much won't do. If she's spoiled too much, it won't be good. That won't happen. She's our daughter. Naturally, she won't learn to be arrogant and willful. What's more, she's still young." While speaking, Xinyuan Mose lowered his head to look at his daughter in his embrace. He saw the little person in his embrace blinking her bright black eyes and grinning. That little appearance was so cute that he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her tender little face. "Little Yuer is so obedient." Xinyuan Mose praised her with a smile. Seeing his daughter giggling and dancing with joy, he also laughed. Children were the most innocent and worry-free. A child's smile was also the cleanest. Seeing her happily smiling, he naturally also laughed with her. This kind of feeling, in his opinion, was very wonderful. Seeing this scene, Fengjiu felt happy in her heart. At the same time, she inwardly scolded herself for not adjusting her mentality. Unexpectedly, she was jealous of her own daughter. She was just about to tease little Yuer when she heard Leng Hua's voice from outside. "Master, Yamalord, the room has already been booked. Let's rest here." Seeing this, Fengjiu took Yuer from Xinyuan Mose's embrace and said, "Let's get off the carriage first. Go inside and play with the child." Xinyuan Mose nodded and got off the carriage first. Sitting in his wheelchair, he waited for them to get off the carriage. Bai Qingsheng and Leng Shuang each carried a child and waited at the side. At this time, Fengjiu got off the carriage and came to Xinyuan Mose's side, pushing him inside. Their group's outstanding appearances would attract attention no matter where they went. Just like now, when the people on the first floor of the inn entered, their gazes also fell on them, sizing them up. This inn was the best inn in this town. Those who could stay here were all rich people. At this time, when they saw Fengjiu and the others come in, the people in the inn were slightly surprised and secretly shocked. Anyone with a bit of insight would naturally be able to tell that this group of people was not ordinary. One had to know that the cultivation world was never short of handsome men and beautiful women. However, it would be difficult to find someone as outstanding as this group of people, even in the cultivation world, who could compare to them. "I rented the rear courtyard of this inn. It's quieter there," Leng Hua said, and led them to the rear courtyard. When they arrived at the rear courtyard, Huilang looked around and grinned. There are quite a lot of rooms here. The environment also looks pretty good. And the price is also very unusual. Luo Yu said from the side. He crossed his arms and walked while looking at the decoration and environment inside. "Master, this is the master bedroom in the rear courtyard. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. If you don't like it, you can change it again," Leng Hua said, while looking at the flowers and trees in the courtyard. Fengjiu roughly looked around and asked Xinyuan Mose, "What do you think?" Chapter 3894. Fengjiu pursed her lips into a smile and said to Leng Hua, "That's good enough. Being outside can't compare to being at home. Moreover, staying at an inn was already much better than sleeping in the open." Hearing this, Leng Hua smiled warmly and said, "Good. Then, mistress, Yamalord, you should rest first. I'll go ahead and make some arrangements and have them prepare some food." As he spoke, he bowed and retreated. "Just give the children to me. You should go tidy up and rest." Feng Jiu said as she took the two children and carried them on her left and right. After entering the room, she placed the two children on the bed and leaned against the bed to stretch. She leaned against the headboard and watched as Xianyuan Mose came in. After looking around, she poured a cup of water from the table and drank it. She propped up her chin with one hand and looked at him, admiring his handsome and resolute face. Regardless of whether it was his injuries or his inability to walk, it didn't affect his unique, calm aura. Instead, it added an indescribable charm to him. Because he hadn't shaved for 2 days, there was a bit of beard growing on his chin. However, it didn't give off a sloppy feeling. Instead, it was very manly. What's wrong? Seeing her stare at him, Xianyuan Mose was a little confused. Nothing. It's just that when I look at you, I feel that you're very pleasing to the eye. She smiled lightly and got up to sit by the table. She also poured a cup of water to drink. When Xianyuan Mose heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The corners of his lips curved as he said, "It's rare to hear you praise my appearance." However, he stroked the beard that had grown on his chin and said, "It's time to shave." On this side, the two were chatting. On the bed, the two children were waving their hands and feet and trying to turn over. Gradually, one of the children came to the side of the bed. The other tried to turn over, but couldn't. However, because his foot went out of the bed first, his entire body rolled off the bed. Xianyuan Mose caught a glimpse of a pink figure rolling off the bed from the corner of his eye. He was so frightened that he immediately stood up and rushed out. Feng Jiu turned around in astonishment and saw Xianyuan Mose sitting on the ground, holding his naughty daughter who was still waving her hands and feet. The little girl didn't know what had just happened and was still happily waving her hands and feet and giggling. "Mose," Feng Jiu quickly went forward and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" She didn't pay attention to him just now. She saw him dash out like a bolt of lightning. The child was fine after being caught by him, but she didn't know if he fell. Xianyuan Mose's heart was still pounding, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Even if something had happened to him, he had never been so frightened. God knew that he was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. He really didn't dare to imagine what would happen if such a small child fell off the bed like that. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His hands tightly held the child in his arms. He gently exhaled and calmed his frightened heart. "I'm fine. It's all my fault. I should have used the blanket to shield them. At least this kind of thing wouldn't have happened," Feng Jiu said with some self-blame. Fortunately, he had caught the child. Otherwise, if the child had been hurt or something, she really didn't know what to do. Chapter 3895. Feng Jiu took their daughter from his embrace. Seeing that she was still smiling happily, she couldn't help but poke her nose. "Why are you so mischievous? Do you know that you've scared father and mother?" "Ha ha ha!" That little Er's chubby little hand hugged Feng Jiu's hand and was about to stuff it in her mouth when she saw Feng Jiu laughing and shaking her head. She placed her daughter back on the bed and helped Xianyuan Mose up. Letting him sit on the bedside, she patted his robe and said, "I'll have someone prepare water. Soak in it first and relax." Xianyuan Mose agreed. Looking at the two children on the bed, he felt that his daughter's mischievous activities were very similar to Feng Jiu's character. His son was more like him, not very fond of smiling and also more quiet. Feng Jiu went outside and told them to prepare water for the bath. Seeing that Lung Hua was carrying things over, she told him to bring them into the room. It was nighttime, so everyone went to bed early. Because this inn's rear courtyard had been booked by them, they laid down a barrier here to prevent anyone from breaking in. Everyone could also have a good rest. After Feng Jiu bathed, she dried her hair while looking at the big bed. Seeing Xianyuan Mose coaxing the two children to sleep, she walked over and sat down on the bed. "Asleep?" She softened her voice and looked at the two children sleeping soundly. "Just fell asleep." As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he saw that she was still drying her hair, so he used his spiritual aura to send the two children to sleep on a small bed at the side. With a flick of his finger, 2 small blankets covered each of them. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows as she watched. Seeing that he didn't even need to carry them, he directly let the two children sleep on the small bed and covered them with the small blankets. She chuckled. While drying her hair, she heard his voice. I'll help you dry. Before she could react, his hand wrapped around her chest and pressed her down on his lap. He took the towel in her hand and gently wiped her dry hair. Fengjiu lay on his lap and looked up at him. He heard his deep voice with a hint of laughter. Do you think that I've been neglecting you recently? Fengjiu blinked. No, you really don't have any. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at her with a smile in his deep black eyes. I really didn't. Since when did you neglect me? As Fengjiu spoke, her eyes turned slightly, but she secretly thought to herself, it's just that I feel that since I gave birth to the child, the two of them have rarely been intimate. Of course, she would not tell him this. Xin Yuan Mose looked at her expression, then channeled a bit of spiritual energy into his palm to dry her hair. Then, he said, you said in the carriage today, just now. I thought about it carefully and felt that I have indeed neglected you during this period of time. He threw away the towel in his hand and held her face in his hands as he slowly leaned down. Fengjiu blinked, her heart beating fast. She watched as he leaned down and kissed her lips with his warm and sexy lips. Before she could react, he had already begun his attack. One hand lifted her chin and the other hand reached into her waist and moved up. Chapter 3896. Ajio, did you miss me? The man's warm breath brushed against her ear, and his deep voice was husky and magnetic. It made her ears go numb, and half of her body went limp. Ajio, do you want to do this? As soon as she heard his seductive voice, the tip of his tongue gently licked her earlobe. He gently bit her ear in his mouth and rubbed against it, making her tremble involuntarily. Do you want to do this? His hand moved from her waist all the way up. Her slightly plump body felt even better to touch. Her smooth skin and soft body were so ecstatic that he couldn't bear to move his hand away from her body. Fengjiu couldn't help but snort. She didn't know why he was so passionate tonight, but she loved his passion and superb skills. As the two of them rubbed against each other, their clothes were taken off one by one. Xin Yuan Mose sat on the bed. He reached out and lifted Fengjiu into his arms. He pressed one hand against the back of her head and leaned over to kiss her again. Due to the entanglement of the two figures on the bed curtains slowly fell down, covering the spring scenery on the bed. Through the bed curtains, the two figures on the bed could be faintly seen, as well as the soft moans of ecstasy that could be heard. The two children were sleeping soundly on the small bed. No one knew what they were dreaming of, but a smile appeared on their innocent sleeping faces, and a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of their mouths. It was late at night, and the master bedroom was filled with endless spring scenery. On the other side, Fan Lin was carrying a bowl of soup to Qin Xian's door. Qin Xian, are you asleep? When she heard the voice coming from outside, Qin Xian put on her clothes and got out of bed. She went to the outer room and opened the door. When she saw Fan Lin, she said, I just lay down. I couldn't sleep, so I was reading a medical book. When he heard this, Fan Lin smiled and said, I saw that there was still light in your room, so I brought you a bowl of soup. Come in quickly, Qin Xian said as she invited him into the room. Fan Lin hesitated for a moment. I better not go in. Drink this soup before you sleep. It's getting late and your body hasn't fully recovered. It's better to rest early. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian looked at him and reached out to take the soup from him. She said, Thank you. We're all on the same side. Don't be so polite. After saying that, Fan Lin seemed to have thought of something. His ears turned red, and he said uncomfortably, Then you go in. Rest early. I'll go back first. Without waiting for her reply, he hurriedly turned around and left. Qin Xian watched him leave with a bowl of soup in her hand. She was stunned for a moment when she saw his ears turn red when he turned around. Then she pursed her lips and smiled. She closed the door and brought the soup to the table. He opened the lid and saw that it was a pot of stewed soup. The smell of ginseng wafted out, as well as a few medicinal herbs that nourished the body. The night was slightly cold. However, when she looked at the pot of stewed soup, her heart felt warm and fuzzy. The next morning, Fengjiu woke up to the cries of her two children. However, as soon as she moved, she felt as though her entire body was falling apart. She was sore. She rubbed her waist and was about to get out of bed when a pair of bare arms hugged her. "You've been tired all night. Let Ling Shuang come in and carry you. You can sleep for a while more," said Xin Yuan Mos. His voice was slightly hoarse, which was very charming. Chapter 3897. Xin Yuan Mo smiled. His hand was pushed away by her, so he propped his head up with one hand and leaned sideways on the bed. He watched her get up and put on her clothes, admiring the curves of her plump body. After Feng Jiu picked up the child and fed him, she called out for Lung Shuang to prepare water for a bath. By the time the two of them left the room, it was already close to noon, and the child had fallen asleep after eating his fill. After a bath, the soreness in her body had subsided a little. Feng Jiu stretched and walked out. Seeing that the weather was good, she wanted to walk around the city. So she said to Xin Yuan Mos, "The weather is good. I want to go out for a walk and buy some things. Let's go together." Xin Yuan Mos glanced at her and said, "Let Lung Shuang and Lung Hua accompany you. I'll stay with the child so that they won't cry when they wake up." Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "All right, I'll buy some pastries and other things back." As she spoke, she called for Lung Hua and Lung Shuang and gave Du Fan and the others some instructions. The three of them then walked out of the inn. Luo Yu watched as Feng Jiu and the others left and couldn't help but say, "I also want to go out with Master." "Then go. We'll be here," Qi Kong said as he poured a cup of tea for Xin Yuan Mos. "But I also feel that it's rare to have so much free time. It's not bad to bask in the sun here." Luo Yu grinned and moved out a soft couch, lying down under a small tree in the courtyard. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and smiled at the same time. "Qi Kong, come and play a few games of chess," Xin Yuan Mos said as he gestured for him to sit down. "Yes." Qi Kong responded and sat down at the table, then took out a chessboard from his space. Du Fan held a fan in his hand and gently fanned himself. He came to the side and sat down, intending to watch the game from the side. Fan Lin put two chairs in front of the door of the master bedroom and said to Qin Xian, "Sit down. It's not that hot, and we can watch over little master and the others. If they wake up, we'll know immediately." Qin Xian glanced at him. Under the teasing gazes of the others, she slightly lowered her head and responded. With a bit of shyness, she went to sit beside Fan Lin. Bai Qing Chang went to the inn in front of them and brought some pastries and fresh fruits to the side for everyone to eat. She also poured a cup of tea for everyone and then waited by the side, watching them play chess. On the other side, Feng Jiu, dressed in red, led Lung Shuang and Lung Hua out of the inn. Walking on the street and looking at the bustling streets, she couldn't help but smile happily and relaxedly. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua followed beside her. They saw that their master was obviously in a good mood today and was full of energy. The two of them looked at each other, pursed their lips and smiled, and quietly followed behind her. "This town doesn't look big, but there are many things on the street," Feng Jiu said as she picked up a rattle drum from a stall and shook it, making a crisp sound. She looked back at the two of them and asked, "Look at this. What do you think of buying this to play with?" Lung Hua looked at the rattle drum and felt that the workmanship was a bit rough. He said, "Master, I saw a shop selling children's toys over there. Why don't we go there and have a look?" "Oh, is there?" Feng Jiu said in surprise and looked in the direction he pointed. "Yes, it's over there. It's not far from here." Lung Hua pointed at a shop in front of them. However, at this moment, an arrogant shout came at them. Chapter 3898. A man shouted arrogantly. He strode over and reached out to break Lung Hua's hand. Lung Hua glanced at the man and saw that there were 7 or 8 people behind him. They were all burly and had fierce expressions on their faces. When he saw that the man was about to break his hand, he dodged the man's outstretched hand and retracted his own. He said gently, "I wasn't pointing at you." "No? Do you think I'm blind? I was collecting money over there when I saw you pointing at me. Tell me, what do you want?" "Huh?" He puffed out his muscular chest and walked forward, wanting to use his chest to hit Lung Hua. But who would have thought that when he took a step forward, his chest couldn't even move Lung Hua in the slightest. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Especially after trying a few times, he still felt that the other party couldn't even shake him. He became angry from embarrassment. He raised his fist and swung it heavily at Lung Hua's gentle face. "You're asking for it." The man shouted angrily and swung his fist. However, in the next moment, the fist didn't land on Lung Hua's body. Instead, Lung Hua reached out and grabbed it. Lung Hua twisted his body sideways and kicked the man's knee with the tip of his foot. The man immediately knelt down. Hiss! The man sucked in a breath of cold air. One of his hands was twisted behind his back. His knee was numb, and he couldn't even stand up. His face was red. He shouted at the 7 or 8 people standing at the side, stunned. "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and attack. Kid, let go of our boss." The 7 or 8 people shouted. They reached for their waists and pulled out their swords to slash at Lung Hua. Lung Hua pulled the man kneeling on the ground up to block them. The man was so scared that his face turned pale. He cried out in alarm, "Watch out! Watch out! Don't cut me!" He struggled to free his hand, but as he struggled, a cracking sound came from his bones. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. He knew in his heart that his hand had been broken. Who? The blade couldn't be retracted, so it could only slash to the side. When the wind swept past, the man who was being held by Lung Hua was so shocked that his legs went soft. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the man who was wielding the blade. "God damn it! Do you want to kill me or save me? Quickly put away the knife and use your fists." However, at this moment, Lung Hua grabbed the man with one hand and rushed forward. In a few moves, he beat the man who pounced with his fist to the ground. Looking at the bruised and swollen man, he picked up the one next to him and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" "No. No more fighting, no more fighting." The man quickly shook his head and said. Hearing that, Lung Hua pushed him and said, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." As soon as the man regained his freedom, he hissed and clutched his injured arm. He glanced at Lung Hua, who had turned around to leave, and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he flicked his sleeve, and 2 hidden weapons shot out without warning. Whoosh! Lung Hua originally wanted to let them go and didn't want to kill them. However, when he turned around, the murderous aura behind him made him turn back. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve and a wave of spiritual energy shot out, sending the 2 hidden weapons back. Whoosh whoosh! The 2 hidden weapons shot back at the man. The man didn't expect the hidden weapons to be shot back. He couldn't dodge in time, and the 2 hidden weapons pierced his chest. Chapter 3899. Seeing the man fall to the ground, his body convulsing as he spat out black blood. His lips and face quickly turned a dark purple color. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Murder! Murder! The people at the stall cried out in alarm and avoided the scene. When the 7 or 8 men who got up from the ground saw their big brother fall to the ground and spit out black blood, their faces turned pale with fright. The 2 braver men went forward to help him up. "Big brother, big brother." They searched his body and shouted, "Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? Where is it?" There's no antidote. Cough, cough. Help, help me take revenge." As he spoke, he couldn't catch his breath and breathe his last. Even in death, his eyes were wide open. "Big brother." The 2 men who were supporting Lung Hua shouted. They looked at Lung Hua in horror as they dragged Lung Hua's body back. They kept saying, "You're dead. You're dead. You actually killed our big brother. You're dead." Feng Jiu and Lung Hua stood to the side. When they saw the people at the stalls retreat and look at Lung Hua with pity, their hearts moved. They walked forward and asked an old woman, "Old madam, who is that dead person?" The old woman saw that Feng Jiu was beautiful and red, and her tone was gentle and kind. She whispered, "That's the local tyrant of this city. He's been collecting protection fees in the city because his brother-in-law is the city lord." As she spoke, the old woman said, "Madam, you should leave quickly. If the city lord comes, you won't be able to leave." The 3 of them had outstanding appearances and temperaments. When the 3 of them walked together, the people on the street were looking at them. They knew that they were together. Now that the man had killed the local tyrant, he was probably in trouble. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "Thank you, but it's okay." It was indeed okay. Even if the city lord was here, it wouldn't matter if they killed him, not to mention that he was just a relative of the city lord. They were strong, but they were never the type to bully the weak. However, since they had offended them, they couldn't blame anyone else. Because someone had died here, the city guards in the city quickly arrived. A group of more than 20 people quickly surrounded the area. When the man in the lead saw the dead person on the ground, his eyes narrowed. He immediately looked around and shouted, "Who killed him?" "Captain, he's the one who killed him. He killed my big brother." The two men who were supporting the corpse said as they pointed at Lung Hua, who was still standing there. "Capture him." The guard captain waved his hand and shouted. Just as the guard were about to step forward, a gentle voice rang out. "Why are you arresting him?" Feng Jiu glanced at the guard captain and slowly walked up to Lung Hua's side. He looked at them and said, "Are you trying to arrest me without any reason? On what basis? Who are you?" The guard captain shouted. When he saw Feng Jiu's face, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. His tone also softened a little. "It's none of your business. Don't get involved. Move aside. He's one of my men," Feng Jiu said indifferently. His gaze landed on the corpse on the ground. He said, "This person deserved to die. The hidden weapon was his own, and he was the one who poisoned himself. Now that he's dead, who can he blame?" Chapter 3900. Hearing Feng Jiu's words, the guard captain's face darkened. "Do you know that he is our city lord's brother-in-law? Your people killed him. Do you think you can just let it go like this?" Feng Jiu chuckled. "We were just acting in self-defense. Moreover, we haven't even pursued the matter of him trying to kill us. If we pursue the matter, even your city lord will be implicated." Hearing this, the guard captain's eyes flashed. He looked at Feng Jiu's group and asked, "You're not from here?" "That's right. We just happened to pass by and decided to rest here," Feng Jiu said casually. Hearing this, the guard captain's face lit up. "No wonder you dare to say such big words. We must bring this person back to report on our mission. As for the two of you, you should leave quickly. If our city lord comes here, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." With the beauty of these two women, if their city lord came, it would be difficult for them to escape the clutches of the city lord. Others might not know, but he knew that there were many beautiful women secretly kidnapped in the city lord's mansion. If those women could catch the city lord's eye, there was no need to mention these two women. "The city lord is here," someone shouted from behind. Feng Jiu and the others looked over and saw a group of people quickly jogging over. In the middle of the group, a man of about 40 years old followed quickly. The first thing he saw was not the dead brother-in-law on the ground, but the dazzling red-clothed Feng Jiu. Seeing such a beauty, a trace of amazement flashed across his eyes. Light blossomed in his eyes as he stared at her, as if she was his prey. Without saying a word, he shouted in a deep voice, "Capture all of them!" Seeing the guards rushing over, Lung Shuang coldly shouted, "Impudent!" As soon as the voice fell, a powerful pressure spread out. The powerful pressure immediately stopped the guards in their tracks. Their faces were pale as they retreated. They vaguely felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them unable to stand up. The city lord stared at Feng Jiu and praised in his heart. How could there be such a beautiful woman? However, at this moment, he heard the cold shout and felt a terrifying pressure. That pressure was like an ice needle piercing in his body, causing him to shiver. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the woman in black. You doubt he stared at Lung Shuang in shock, unable to believe that such a powerful pressure had come from the woman in black. Under that pressure, the blood in his body churned, but his blood was piercingly cold. The pressure grew stronger and heavier, causing his knees to bend involuntarily under the pressure. With a plop, he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. "City Lord!" Everyone was shocked and looked at the city lord who was kneeling on his knees. As for the surrounding commoners, they did not approach and the pressure did not fall on them. Naturally, they did not know why the city lord suddenly became like this. However, they vaguely felt that it had something to do with the woman in black who shouted. When the guard captain saw this scene, he was so shocked that he was speechless. He only felt that the pressure had not dissipated and was still lingering in the air. Most of it landed on the city lord's body. Chapter 3901. Feng Jiao and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a monk in a beige robe standing in the crowd with his palms clasped together. He was very conspicuous. Looking at the monk, Feng Jiao's eyes flickered. This was the first time she saw a monk here, and he looked no different from the monk she had seen in her previous life. No, there was something different. There was a Buddha's light on this monk. Even if it was faint, it was still the Buddha's light. As far as she knew, most of the Buddhas and monks on this continent were from the Million Buddhist sect. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and motioned for Lung Shuang to step back. "Master, are you from the Million Buddhist sect?" She asked directly, her eyes falling on the monk. Since he could remove the pressure of Lung Shuang with a flick of his hand, his strength and cultivation were not a problem. It was reasonable to call him a master. There was a little monk behind the monk. When he heard Feng Jiao's words, he could not help but poke his head out from behind and look at Feng Jiao curiously. When a monk in front heard Feng Jiao's words, he just smiled and said, "Benefactress, you have sharp eyes." Feng Jiao smiled and said slowly, "Today I will give you face and not kill this person." But she paused, and a cold light suddenly shot out from her fingers and cut off the arm of the city lord kneeling on the ground like a sharp blade. Hiss! Ah-da! With a shrill scream, the broken arm rolled on the ground. Blood splashed out instantly and spilled all over the ground. It was a shocking sight. No one had expected this sudden scene. Even the monk was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not expect her to attack so suddenly and so quickly that he had no time to stop her. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Feng Jiao spoke unhurriedly. Her clear eyes did not look at the wailing city lord who had his arm chopped off. Instead, she looked at the monk. The monk put his hands together, lowered his head slightly, and murmured, "Amit Ba. My name is Feng Jiao. How should I address you, Grandmaster?" The monk looked at Feng Jiao, who was dressed in red, with a faint smile on his beautiful face. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he did not see the corpse on the ground and the city lord who was bleeding profusely with a severed arm. Seeing her like this, he chanted Amit Ba in his heart, and then slowly said, "Benefactress, this poor monk's Dharma name is Yijia." "Master Yijia, we'll meet again," Feng Jiao said with a smile. Then, he turned and left with Lung Hua and Lung Shuang. Hearing those words, the monk fell into deep thought. He watched as the three of them disappeared at the end of the street. He had a premonition that they would meet again. The little monk popped his head out from behind and asked curiously, "Master, why is this female benefactor so powerful?" "She is very human," the monk said slowly. The monk spoke softly as he looked at the man on the ground. He then clasped his hands together and said, "Amit Ba. Benefactor, your sins are too heavy. If you don't do good deeds, your life will be in danger in the future. Benefactor, take care of yourself." With that, the monk led the little monk past the person on the ground and left. Chapter 3902. The city guards hurriedly sent the governor for medical treatment, and the head guard ordered people to clean up the ground. As they left, the people on the street could not help but look at each other. No one could figure out what was going on. They had thought that the beautiful woman in red and her two companions would suffer, but who knew that the governor's arm was cut off, and the three people did not dare to do anything to them. The peddlers moved their stalls away and began to sell things again. The smell of blood on the street gradually dissipated, as if the previous scene had never happened. On the other side, Feng Jiao, Lung Hua, and Lung Shuang came to another street and entered a shop to buy some children's toys. Lung Hua asked in confusion, "Master, since that man is from the Million Buddhist sect, why didn't you ask him?" He was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why his master only mentioned the monk's name and didn't ask him about it, since he knew that the monk was from the Million Buddhist sect. Even if the other party did not tell him everything, he could probably find out whether the Golden Lotus was really in the Million Buddhist sect or not. Hearing Lung Hua's words, Feng Jiao smiled and played with a small toy in her hand. She said, "It doesn't matter whether I ask him or not. Anyway, I have to go to the Million Buddhist sect, the holy land of Buddhism. What if they don't let you in?" Lung Hua asked again. After all, those were monks, and women were generally not allowed to enter their sect. Feng Jiao smiled and said slowly, "If I want to go in, Who can stop me? She played with the small rattle drum in her hand and said to Lung Shuang, "Go to pay the bill." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and went to the front counter to pay the bill. Feng Jiu walked out and stood on the street to look around. When Lung Shuang came out, she said to them, "There's a pastry shop over there. Let's buy some and take it back." "Okay." The two of them answered and accompanied her to the pastry shop. After buying some pastries, Feng Jiu also bought some soy sauce meat. They strolled around the city for a while before returning to the inn. "We're back." Feng Jiu entered the inn's backyard and saw Xian Yuan Mose holding Mu Chun and feeding him something. Next to him was a crib with little Yu lying inside. She stepped forward and asked, "Is the child hungry?" When Xian Yuan Mo saw that she had returned, he said, "They woke up for a while, but they couldn't stop crying, so I asked Xinchang to make some porridge for them. Look, they've already eaten half a bowl." Feng Jiu smiled and saw Mu Chun eating with his little mouth and licking with his little tongue. He couldn't help but scratch his nose. "Son, do you miss your mother?" The little fellow grinned and stretched out his arms, wanting Feng Jiu to hold him. Seeing this, Feng Jiu took a handkerchief from the side and wiped the corners of his mouth. She then took him and asked, "Has you eaten?" "Yes," Xin Yuan Mo said and looked at his daughter in the crib. His eyes were gentle as he said, "Feed her first. She'll only be obedient after she eats." Seeing him playing with his daughter, she said to Lung Hua, "Go and cut the soy sauce meat we just bought and send wine to everyone." "Yes." Lung Hua responded and turned to leave. Chapter 3903. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mose looked at her and asked, "A monk?" Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Yes, a monk named Ijia. He is quite powerful." "Are you going to the Million Buddhist sect alone?" Xian Yuan Mose asked. He looked at her and said, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, I can go by myself." She said with a smile, "Master, here are the sauce meat. I asked the kitchen of the inn to cook a few dishes. You eat these first, and the rest will be sent later." Lung Hua came forward with the sauced meat and put it on the table. Looking at them holding the two children, he said, "Master, why don't I send the two little masters to their rooms?" "Okay." Feng Jiu agreed and asked him to send the two children back to their rooms. At the dinner table, Feng Jiu told Xian Yuan Mose about what happened outside today. They talked about the Million Buddhist sect again. It was not until late at night that they went back to their rooms to rest. 2 days later, when they were in the carriage slowly heading in the direction of the Million Buddhist sect, both Feng Jiu and Qin Xian looked ruddier than before after 2 days of diet and recuperation. After another half a month, the carriage was slowly moving on the mountain road. Lung Hua, who was driving the carriage in front, saw two figures in front and said to Feng Jiu, "Master, there are two monks on both sides. They seem to be the two people we met that day." "Oh." Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and lifted the curtain to look forward. She saw a little monk sitting in the shade of a tree by the roadside, drinking water and eating dry food. Next to him was a big monk sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. She looked at them and found that they were indeed the monk named Ijia and his disciple she met half a month ago. "Pull over," Feng Jiu said and put down the curtain. The big monk and the little monk were resting by the side of the road. When the little monk heard the sound of a horse carriage, he raised his head to take a look. When he saw a group of people slowly walking towards them, the little monk tugged on his master's sleeve and whispered, "Master, there's a horse carriage coming towards us." Monk Ija didn't even open his eyes and said, "The road is facing the sky. He is coming towards us, but not necessarily for us." "But," the little monk hesitated and looked at the two familiar people and said, "The driver is one of the 3 benefactors that day, and beside him is the female benefactor." Hearing this, Monk Ijia slowly opened his eyes. As expected, he saw the carriage coming towards them. It got closer and closer until it stopped in front of them. A pair of slender, fair hands lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a beautiful face. "Grandmaster Ijia, we meet again." Feng Jiu smiled and greeted him from the carriage. "Amitabha, female benefactor." The big monk put his hands together and nodded slightly, but his gaze fell on the top of the carriage. He saw that the top of the carriage was surrounded by purple clouds and auspicious clouds. He couldn't help but look into the carriage, but he didn't see anything. I didn't expect to meet you again after half a month. It seems that we are really fated. Fengjiu chuckled. She didn't mind that the monk was looking at the carriage with a probing gaze. The big monk didn't know what she wanted to do, so after hearing her words, he didn't say anything and only lowered his eyes slightly. Chapter 3904. Looking at the carriage slowly leaving, the little monk touched his smooth head and asked doubtfully, "Master, why did the benefactress say that we would meet again?" The monk looked in the direction of the carriage and said, "We will meet again if fate wills it." After another half a month, Fengjiu and the others arrived at the destination town. As soon as they entered the city, Du Fan and the others found a courtyard to stay in. It took only half a day to prepare all the things needed in the courtyard. After cleaning, Du Fan said to Qin, "I'll go to the restaurant to pick up the master and the others." Then he went out first, in a restaurant in the city. Because it was inconvenient for Xianyuan Mose to go upstairs, Fengjiu chose a place near the window on the first floor to rest. Looking at the bustling street outside, Fengjiu held his chin with one hand and said, "I thought it was just a small town in this remote place. I didn't expect that although this city is not as big as the Flying Immortal City, it is bigger than the town where we came to rest." Xianyuan Mose looked at the street outside and occasionally saw monks passing by. He said, "It seems that this place is really close to the Million Buddhist sect. The Million Buddhist sect is strange. It is a hidden sect. There is very little news about them in other places, but here, monks can be seen everywhere." Fengjiu said, his eyes falling on the monks. Although they saw many monks, none of them was as powerful as the monk called Ijia they met on the road. Moreover, there was no Buddha's light on these monks. Obviously, they were just some unknown people. They were watching the pedestrians in the restaurant, and the people in the restaurant were watching them. There was no other reason. It was simply because their appearances and bearings were extremely outstanding, so it was difficult to not notice them, even if one wanted to. However, they merely glanced at them out of curiosity. After all, they could tell that these people were not ordinary people at first glance, so they naturally would not seek trouble for themselves. Why do I feel that there are so many more monks these days? Didn't they say that the monks of the Million Buddhist sect are not allowed to go up the mountain without permission? Another window on the first floor of the restaurant. He looked at the monks walking outside and felt a little strange. When the other man heard that, he said, "Don't you know? 3 months ago, the Million Buddhist sect suddenly recalled all the monks and disciples from all over the country. These people probably came back from other places. 3 months ago, all the monks and disciples were summoned back? Why was that? What happened to the Million Buddhist sect?" Another person asked in surprise. "I don't know. The internal information of the Million Buddhist sect is not something we can know. But, judging from the situation, I guess something has happened." Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose looked at each other as they listened to the guest's whispers. He thought to himself, 3 months ago, he summoned all the monks and disciples from all over the world? What exactly had happened? Wawap the child's cries interrupted her thoughts. She looked at Mu Chun, who was in by Qingqing's arms, and asked, "Why are you crying? Come on, let me hold you." Bai Qingqing handed the child forward. But unexpectedly, as soon as Mu Chun cried, Lung Hua, who was holding Mu Yu, also burst into tears. For a moment, the cries of the two children sounded on the first floor of the restaurant, attracting the attention of the guests on the first floor. Chapter 3905. Bai Qingqing said, "Hui Lang went out to look for goat milk. He should be back soon." These days, the masters were helping the two children to stop drinking milk. Usually, other than some porridge and water, they mostly drank goat milk. Therefore, when they arrived here, besides Xin Xen, who went to Du Fan, and Fan Lin, who went to look for a room, Hui Lang also went to the market to look for goat milk. As they were talking, they heard Lung Hua say with a smile, "Hui Lang is back." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked out and saw Hui Lang walking on the street with a goat in his hand. The goat seemed to be unwilling to walk and stopped after a few steps. Hui Lang walked and pulled the goat, causing people on the street to look askance. Hui Lang is smart this time. He knows to bring a goat back. Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. He watched as he pulled the goat to the outside of the restaurant, tied it outside, and walked in. Master, madam, I'm back. Hui Lang grinned and took out a jar of goat milk from his space and handed it to Bai Ching. Here, take it to the kitchen of the restaurant and let them heat it up. Add a little salt. Bai Ching smiled and took it. Okay. She took the jar of goat milk and asked the waiter to lead the way to the kitchen. Aya, why are the little masters crying? Are you all hungry? Hui Lang looked at the two crying children with some heartache. He wanted to reach out and hug them, but he saw that his master and madam were holding them. He could only go to the front and play with the two children. Come. Look at what this is. He took out a puppet and pressed it on the puppet. The puppet stuck out its tongue. The two children looked at the puppet in a daze. Who knew that the puppet would suddenly stick out its tongue? The two children were so scared that they cried again. This time, they cried even louder than before. Hui Lang touched his nose awkwardly. Are they scared? He quickly took back the toy. He thought it was quite interesting. He just bought it by the roadside on the way back. Who knew that the two children would not like it? Feng Jiu gently coaxed the children while smiling. They're still young. They don't know how to play this. Xian Yuan Mose glanced at Hui Lang and said, Keep these strange things to yourself. Don't bring them to them. Yes, Hui Lang replied somewhat embarrassedly. He did not expect to scare the two children. Not long after, Bai Qingxiang came over with the freshly boiled goat milk. She scooped out 2 small bowls and placed them on the table. It's still a little hot. Be careful not to burn yourself. Feng Jiu drank a mouthful first. After tasting the taste, he scooped a small spoonful and fed it to Mu Chun. Seeing that Xian Yuan Mose was holding little Yu Feng Jiu said, Mose, let Qing Cheng feed little Yu Xian Yuan Mose paused for a moment before motioning Qing Cheng to sit down. Then, he passed the child in his arms to her. Bai Qing Cheng took the child and carefully scooped up the goat milk to feed him. After they fed the two children a small bowl of goat milk, they saw Du Fan walking over. It seems that the courtyard is ready, Leng Hua said. He smiled at them and said, I'll go and pay the bill first. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the counter. Du Fan entered the restaurant and walked towards them. My lord, master, the courtyard is ready. You can go now. Chapter 3906. 2 days later, in the early morning of the house, Feng Jiu kissed the two sleeping children and said to Xian Yuan Mose, Then I'm leaving. Take care of yourself when I'm not here. Don't make me worry. Xian Yuan Mose held her hand and said, Take care of yourself. Take Du Fan or Leng Hua with you. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Okay, she responded and leaned forward to kiss his lips. Xian Yuan Mose reached out to hold her and deepen the kiss. After a while, he let go of her and said, Go. We'll wait for you to come back. Okay. She glanced at the two children again and sighed softly in her heart. The children have been by my side since they were born. Now they are reluctant to go out. She withdrew her gaze and turned out of the room. When she came outside, she told them to take good care of Xian Yuan Mose and the two children. Then she called Leng Hua and left with them. The Million Buddhist sect was still a long way from here. Therefore, Feng Jiu and Leng Hua, who were out of the city, went directly by flying swords. Standing on the flying sword, they saw some monks walking up the mountain step by step on the rugged mountain path. Perhaps they sensed them. Many of them raised their heads to take a look. When they came to the boundary of the Million Buddhist sect by flying swords, a voice came from the sky. At the same time, Feng Jiu also noticed the aura of the boundary in the air. Ahead is the boundary of the Million Buddhist sect. Please don't cross it. Feng Jiu descended from the air on the flying sword. After landing on the ground, she put away the flying sword under her feet. She looked up and saw that the road up the mountain was full of stairs. The stairs extended upward and disappeared into the depths of the forest. At the top, she could faintly see the Buddhist palace. Amipa, this is an important place of Buddhism. Please stop. In the forest, 2 monks in beige robes came out, putting their palms together. Feng Jiu smiled and raised her eyebrows slightly. She said, Shouldn't Buddhists treat all 6 roots equally? How is it that in your eyes, there's still the word female benefactor? Amipa. The 2 of them were young, but they were calm. After hearing her words, they didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. However, at this moment, Fengjiu's figure moved. The red figure instantly rushed forward and sealed the two's acupuncture points. Because her speed was too fast, the two monks maintained their previous posture and did not move. They did not even have the time to raise their eyes before they were frozen in place. Fengjiu stretched out her hand and caught a leaf that was drifting down. She channeled her strength and shot it to the side. The leaf that had no height at all sank into the tree trunk. She smiled and put her palms together. "Young masters, sorry to offend you." The two monks couldn't even respond, let alone respond. They could only stand there quietly with their eyes down. Fengjiu walked up the mountain. Leng Hua, who was behind, saw this and hurriedly followed. However, he saw that his master's footsteps seemed slow, but in fact, it was light and fast. He followed behind and had to quicken his pace to keep up. When they arrived at the top, it was already noon. The sun shone down from the sky and fell on the Buddhist palace. Looking up from a distance, they saw that it was bathed in the Buddha's light. Chapter 39:07. Amitabha, benefactress. Behind Fengjiu and the others, a Buddhist voice sounded. It wasn't an unfamiliar voice, causing Fengjiu to raise her eyebrows slightly. She turned around and saw the monk slowly walking over with the little monk. "Master Ijia, how have you been?" Fengjiu smiled. He was not surprised to see him here. The monk walked forward slowly and came to Fengjiu. He asked, "Benefactress, why have you come all the way west?" "I want to see the immortal Buddha of the myriad Buddhas sect," she said slowly. Looking at the monk in front of her, she said, "Since Master Ijia knows that I have come all the way here, you won't refuse me, right?" "Amitabha, I don't dare." He lowered his head slightly and put his palms together. He said, "Benefactress, come in with me. I'll introduce you to the immortal Buddha." As he said that, he walked out. Fengjiu watched him walk forward. He came to the door and knocked on the door ring. Not long after, the door slowly opened. He turned around and said to Fengjiu, "Benefactress, please." The little monk followed beside her. Seeing that his master personally led the way for her and even asked her to go first, he could not help but be surprised. He looked at the beautiful woman curiously, wondering who she was. Why did his master treat her so politely? Moreover, ordinary women were not allowed to enter Buddhism. Why did he make an exception for her? He was curious, but he did not dare to ask. He could only stand quietly behind his master and watch the woman in red lead the man into Buddhism. After they entered, the little monk asked in a low voice, "Master, did they hit the acupoints of the two senior brothers at the foot of the mountain to break into the mountain? Why did you invite them into Buddhism?" The monk looked back at him and did not say much. He just said, "You can go now." In other words, he did not want him to follow them. "Yes," the little monk replied and did not follow them. Martial granduncle. Martial granduncle. The monks led Fengjiu and the others forward. Along the way, the monks they met slowly put their palms together and called out to them. After they walked past, they raised their heads and looked at the beautiful woman in red in astonishment. "That's a woman? Why did Martial Granduncle bring a woman back?" A young monk asked curiously. "Martial Granduncle has his own reasons for doing things. There's no need for us to guess blindly here. Let's go," the older monk said, indicating for everyone to disperse. Fengjiu walked all the way and saw that there weren't many monks here. He couldn't help but think of some things about the Thousand Buddhist sect. It was said that there were only a few hundred disciples here, and they didn't take in disciples easily. Sometimes they would only take in 1 or 2 disciples a year. Now that he looked at the Buddhist sect again, there were indeed not as many disciples as other sections. He knew that the rumors outside were true. However, as she walked in here, she felt that the aura here was very peaceful, so much so that her state of mind calmed down. She followed the monk all the way. When they came to a hall, she looked up and saw a big golden Buddha above the hall. In the center of the hall, several monks were sitting there with their eyes closed, meditating. "Benefactress, please wait here," the monk said to Fengjiu, and then stepped into the hall. Leng Hua looked ahead and whispered, "Master, the holy light of Buddhism is so dazzling that he did not dare to look directly at it." Chapter 39:08. After a while, Monk Ijia came out and said to Fengjiu, "Benefactress, please come in." Fengjiu nodded and walked in, followed by Lenghua. They saw that the monks, who had been sitting cross-legged in cultivation, were sitting on two sides. However, they were not sitting on chairs because there were no chairs in the hall. Instead, they were sitting on futons. In addition to the 8 old monks sitting on the left and right, there was also an old monk with long eyebrows sitting in the middle. Opposite the old monk, there were 2 futons in front of the entrance of the hall. Seeing this, Fengjiu stepped forward. First, she put her palms together and bowed to them. Then, she sat down cross-legged. Lenghua sat behind Fengjiu according to the etiquette, while Monk Ijia sat next to the old monk with long eyebrows. At this time, the monks in the hall were looking at Fengjiu and secretly sizing her up. The more they looked at her, the more surprised they were. It seemed that they did not expect such a person to exist. "This is immortal Buddha Ichan of our myriad Buddhas sect," Monk Ijia said as he introduced the two. Then, he said to Monk Baimei, "This female patron's name is Fengjiu." Monk Waimei looked kindly at Fengjiu with a smile on his face and said, "Amit Ba, we have a distinguished guest coming from afar. Please forgive us if we have not received you well." "I am sorry for disturbing your cultivation," Fengjiu said with a smile. "Benefactress, may I know why you are here?" Monk Waimei looked kindly at Fengjiu and asked. Fengjiu paused for a moment. Seeing that he was straightforward, she said, "To tell you the truth, I am here for the ancient golden lotus." Hearing this, the other monks in the hall looked at Fengjiu with a trace of surprise in their eyes. She was here for the ancient golden lotus? She was here for the ancient golden lotus? How would the immortal Buddha answer? Immediately, the monks looked at the white-browed monk, wondering how he would answer this question. When Bai Mei heard Fengjiu's words, his expression remained the same. He smiled and asked slowly, "Benefactor, do you want the ancient golden lotus to subdue the ancient black lotus?" Hearing this, it was Fengjiu's turn to be surprised. She did not expect the people of the Million Buddhist sect to know about it. She nodded and said, "Yes, the teacher of a friend of mine, Tianji Laoren, once asked me to collect those ancient lotus seeds. But these lotus seeds were scattered all over the heavenly regions and were extremely difficult to find. I searched through several heavenly regions and learned that the ancient golden lotus was in the Million Buddhist sect. Therefore, I came here to ask for it." She paused and continued, "The ancient golden lotus has the power to purify evil. If we can obtain it, we should be able to subdue the ancient black lotus." The 8 monks sitting on the left and right were confused. Why did it feel like they didn't understand what they were saying? Why were they talking about the ancient black lotus? Did immortal Buddha Ichan know where this woman named Fengjiu came from? And why did she want the golden lotus? Monk Waimei looked at Fengjiu with a smile and said slowly, "It is not impossible to give the ancient golden lotus to you, but you need to do 2 things for the Million Buddhist sect. Immortal Buddha. Immortal Buddha. No. Immortal Buddha." Chapter 3909. I know what I'm doing. White Eyebrows raised his hand to signal for them to stop talking. Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" There's no rush. Let's talk about it after you get the golden lotus," White Eyebrows said. Master Ijia sat quietly at the side with his palms pressed together as he looked at Fengjiu. He didn't show any surprise at White Eyebrows' words, as if he already knew it would be like this. "Benefactor, raise your head and look at the Buddha's eyes," White Eyebrows said with a kind expression. Fengjiu lifted her head and looked at the Buddha in the hall. When her clear eyes met the Buddha's eyes, her heart trembled. It was as if a scene of the world flashed before her eyes. "The ancient golden lotus is inside there. Benefactor, go and look for it," White Eyebrows said. He raised his hand and a ray of light flashed. Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, disappeared from the hall. "Master?" Lenghua was slightly stunned. He looked around and couldn't help but look up at the Buddha's eyes. However, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and he fainted. Looking at the fainted Lenghua, White Eyebrows said to the monks on his left and right, "Send this benefactor to rest." Yes, the 8 monks on both sides responded. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and got up to bring Lung Hua out, handing him over to his disciples to settle down. After they left, Master Ijia asked, "Sacred Buddha, are you planning to give the ancient golden lotus to that female benefactor?" White Eyebrow smiled and said, "You and I both know that she's not an ordinary person. Buddha is merciful. If she really needs the sacred item of Buddha, there's no harm in giving it to her." He stopped laughing and put his palms together as he murmured, "Ba, I just don't know if she can get the ancient golden lotus." Master Ijia also murmured softly. He lowered his eyes with his palms together. At the same time, Fengjiu felt his world turn upside down. The scene in front of him changed, and when he calmed down, he found himself in a place filled with blood. She looked around and saw that she was surrounded by a forest. There were no corpses on the ground, but there was blood on the ground. The smell of blood filled the air, and there were faint cries and screams coming from the forest. "Give me back my life! Give me back my life! Fengjiu! Fengjiu! Come down and accompany us." The sound was like the howling of ghosts and wolves echoing in her ears. She frowned and looked, only to see that the scene in front of her changed again. The original forest became pitch black, and gusts of chilly wind whistled from the forest, making one's hair stand on end. Fengjiu's brows furrowed as he watched the scene before him change. What was this place? Why was she here? Why would there be such a bloody place in Buddhism? The bell at her waist shook, making crisp jingling sounds. She gathered her thoughts and walked forward. The ghosts around her were howling, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if waiting for an opportunity to pounce on her. She glanced around coldly. Just as she was about to look away, she caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure. It looked like the cultivator who had died in her hands before. She was shocked and thought to herself, "This isn't a place of Buddhism. Could it be that this is her own illusory memory? No, that's not right. If it's an illusory memory, these people shouldn't have appeared." Chapter 39:10. The mournful scream, filled with hatred, rang out. Perhaps they had touched something, but the ghosts who had been hesitating on whether to go forward or not, upon hearing the scream, roared and floated towards Fengjiu. Wisps of ghosts floated out like black smoke towards her. Powerful yin qi surrounded her entire body, and she couldn't see anything else except for a dense mass of black smoke. Fengjiu immediately adjusted the aura in her body, and the emerald-edged sword in her hand was covered in flames. With a whoosh, she attacked her surroundings. The sword aura and flames intertwined and drew an arc around her, dispersing all the ghosts that had surrounded her. She wore a dazzling red dress, and her beautiful face carried a touch of coldness. Her gaze was sharp and contained a sense of oppression as she looked at the ghosts around her. Her lips curled into a cold smile. "When you were alive, you weren't even my match. Now that you're dead, you're even less of a match for me." The emerald-edged sword in her hand, which contained flames, slashed in front of her. With a whoosh, she pointed it diagonally to the ground. She raised her chin slightly, and her gaze was like that of a ruler looking down on the ghosts. Her voice was sharp and terrifying as she said, "I, Fengjiu, have never regretted killing anyone in my entire life. You've all died under my sword, so you all deserve to die. If you're still lingering around, I don't mind sending you on your way." Her voice, which contained a sense of oppression and the aura of a powerful expert, along with a powerful spiritual aura, spread through the air. Her voice was so magnanimous, and her gaze was so fearless. Her aura was so powerful that it caused the ghosts around her to not dare to take even half a step forward. They all circled around her, wanting to leave, but seemed unwilling to do so. Fengjiu's cold gaze swept across them, and she held the sword diagonally to the ground in her hand. Step by step, she walked forward. In front of her, the ghosts were intimidated by her powerful aura and terrifying aura, and had no choice but to make a path for her to pass. Fengjiu walked forward. She only knew that as she walked forward, the darkness in front of her gradually dissipated. The ghosts around her also disappeared. Finally, the forest appeared in front of her again. She could not help but look up and see the sunlight. She could also hear the birds chirping in the branches. She narrowed her eyes and stopped in her tracks. She looked at the sunlight above her head and thought about the ghosts and ghosts from before. Along the way, countless people had died in her hands. Her hands were stained with blood, but in her heart, she believed that all those who died deserved to die. She stood between heaven and earth with a clear conscience. 9. Amidst the sunlight, a gentle voice rang out. That familiar voice caused her to be slightly startled. A look of astonishment appeared on her face as she froze on the spot. A white robe hung down from the tree beside her, fluttering gently in the wind. Looking at the corner of the white robe, her heart suddenly trembled, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a handsome man in snow-white robes leaning against a tree branch. His features were picturesque, and there was a smile in his dark eyes. He was looking at her gently. 9. That voice called out again. It was just like how he had always addressed her, with his unique warmth and aura. Mo-chun. Chapter 39:11. Ajio, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Mo-chun's voice was as gentle as ever. He sounded like a longtime friend, but also like a longtime lover. There was tenderness and tolerance in his voice. Fengjie was stunned. She was truly stunned. She felt that this Mo-chun was an illusion. She felt that this Mo-chun did not exist. However, everything about him was so familiar. Even his aura was exactly the same. It was so similar that she could not tell the difference between reality and illusion. She did not know whether this was an illusion or not. Mo-chun jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. He stood in front of her and looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Fengjie did not speak. She did not know what to say or how to say it. If there was anyone she felt guilty towards in her life, it would undoubtedly be Mo-chun in front of her. Looking at the person in front of her who seemed to be alive, scenes flashed through her mind. In the end, it stopped at the moment he died. It stopped at the scene where he disappeared from the world. Mo-chun, he was dead. Mo-chun, he no longer existed. He disappeared from the world, leaving behind only the lotus seed that she had given him. Looking at Fengjie's stunned expression, Mo-chun laughed softly. Ajio, it's me. You don't have to doubt it. Mo-chun. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. How are you and Mo-zay now? Are you all right? Mo-chun asked. Fengjie looked at him for a long time. Then she asked, Who are you? Mo-chun. I saw him disappear from the world with my own eyes. You can't be him. As she said this, her heart felt bitter. Mo-chun looked at her with the same gentle smile on his face. He said, I am me. I've always been me. You don't have to doubt it. He paused and raised his hand to face the sunlight. Fengjie looked over and saw that his body was transparent under the sunlight, as if he didn't exist. Seeing this, her eyes narrowed and she couldn't help but look at him. Do you believe me now? He smiled and said casually, I am indeed dead. In that battle, my body dissipated between heaven and earth, and even my soul dissipated. However, there is one soul and one spirit residing in two places. Fengjie looked at him in shock. His heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He grabbed his arm with both hands. So you're not dead yet? You're still here? Mo-chun shook his head. No, I'm already dead. What you see now is my immortal body bathed in the light of the immortal Buddha. However, my immortal body is still very weak. He smiled warmly and looked at her. That's why I've been waiting for you here. Hearing this, Fengjie let go of his hand. She felt the aura on his body and felt the familiar presence of the holy light. There was no ghostly aura on him, only immortal aura. She thought that perhaps this was why she found it hard to believe. You knew that I would come? She looked at him with a complicated gaze. The ancient golden lotus is here. Mo-chun smiled and said to her, Come with me. As he spoke, he turned and walked forward. Chapter 39:12. As she walked beside him, she asked, Do you know what happened to the ghosts and spirits that I encountered when I came in? Mo-chun walked slowly. Hearing her words, a smile appeared on his face. That's the sin of murder on your body. This place is the eye of the holy Buddha, and all the sins in the world will be revealed. If you came in, you would have to go through that path. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. If your will is not strong enough, if you have any fear, then you'll be haunted by the ghosts. However, to you, they are merely illusions. They are nothing to be worried about. The two of them continued walking slowly. Fengjiu saw that this place was very quiet, and the aura was very clean. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Emo-chan. She saw that his aura was not strong, and when his body shone under the sunlight, there were faint traces of translucency. She could not help but think of the feeling when she grabbed his hands previously. The feeling did not feel like she was grabbing his body, because his body did not have any warmth. But then again, his physical body had already been destroyed. What appeared now was only a body formed by his soul. It could not be compared to his original body. However, how did he cultivate an immortal body in here? We're here. Emo-chan stopped in his tracks and looked at Fengjiu. He raised his hand and gestured sit. Fengjiu looked around and saw that this place was surrounded by trees. In the middle, which was right beside them, was a pool of clear water. In the water, a golden lotus bloomed, emitting a dazzling light. Traces of holy light and pure spiritual aura were emitted from the light. This is the ancient golden lotus? Fengjiu looked at him. She did not expect that the ancient golden lotus would be here. That's right, this is the ancient golden lotus, Emo-chan said, and sat down on a rock. Fengjiu saw that there were two smooth rocks here. Seeing him sit on one of them, she sat down as well. She looked at him and said, "Can you tell me what's going on? Why would you, who had disappeared from this world, appear here?" Hearing her words, Emo-chan smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know why either. I only know that when I woke up, a part of my soul was already attached to this golden lotus. It was this ancient golden lotus that nourished this part of my soul, allowing me to reconstruct my immortal body." His voice paused for a moment before he continued. "Only when my spirit condensed did I realize that a part of my soul was attached to this ancient golden lotus, while a part of my soul was with you." Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly startled. He thought of the lotus seed in his space and said, "At that time, you were gone. All that was left was the golden lotus seed I gave you. Later, I threw the golden lotus seed into the spiritual spring water in my space. Later, a small golden lotus grew out of the water." As she spoke, she moved her hand and a fingernail-sized golden lotus appeared in her palm. "I didn't expect that a part of your soul was on it." Emo-chan looked at her and smiled gently. "My master once said that my life and death tribulation should be on you. I will live because of you, and I will die because of you. Similarly, I will die because of you, and I will live because of you." With a wave of his hand, the tiny golden lotus landed in his hand. With a slight movement of his hand, it moved towards the center of his brows. Chapter 39:13. Seeing her look at him, he smiled and said, "Although this lotus seed is not an ancient golden lotus, it still has a wisp of the golden lotus's holy aura. It is because of this that I can attach a part of my soul to it." Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "Then you are relying on this ancient golden lotus to condense your immortal body? If I take the golden lotus away, then you—" "My soul is attached here, and the ancient golden lotus will reconstruct my immortal body. I will become one with the ancient golden lotus." As Emo-chan spoke, he looked at her. "If you take the ancient golden lotus away, I will also disappear." Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes narrowed. She was silent, then said, "You have already died for us once. This time, no matter what, I will not let you disappear." Emo-chan smiled. "If you want to purify the black lotus of destruction, other than the ancient golden lotus, your blue lotus can also do it. You should know that your blue lotus is the first of the 4 lotuses. Ever since that battle, my blue lotus's power seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep." She sighed helplessly. If that was not the case, I could have used the blue lotus's power of regeneration to heal Moses' injuries. "What happened to Moses? How did he get injured? Is it serious?" Emo-chan asked, somewhat surprised. "After that battle, he fell into a deep slumber for a long time and only woke up about a year ago. However, his legs were unable to stand up due to the Black Lotus Chi being absorbed for too long. Even the pills I refined were unable to disperse the Black Lotus Chi remaining on his legs. I see, Imochen murmured. He did not think that Xianyuan Mose would also be so seriously injured in that battle. He didn't tell her that she could take the ancient Golden Lotus, because he knew that the ancient Golden Lotus was now one with him. She would not do that. Let me tell you something happy, Feng Jiu said with a smile. I gave birth to a pair of twins, and they are already more than 5 months old. Hearing this, Imo-chan was slightly taken aback. Then, joy appeared on his face. A pair of twins? More than 5 months old? That must be very similar to you. He looked at her and felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He was happy to see her happy and happy. At the mention of the 2 children, Fengjiu's expression became increasingly gentle. Yes, the 2 little fellows are both white and chubby and very cute. Mose and I have discussed it and asked them to acknowledge you as their godfather, so you are their godfather. Hearing this, Imo-chan was stunned. You want me to be your godfather? Does that mean I have a godson and a godson? His heart was filled with indescribable emotions. He looked at her and asked, What are the names of the 2 children? Fengjiu smiled. Mose came up with their names. The son is called Mu-chun, and the daughter is called Mu-yu. Hearing this, Imo-chan's heart tightened. He stared at her for a long time, then softly murmured, These 2 names are really nice. He did not think that they would do so much for him. Thank you. Thank you for doing so much for me. He looked at Fengjiu and said. Fengjiu shook her head. There is nothing to thank. Compared to you, what we have done is nothing. I really want to see the 2 children. Chapter 39:14. Has your strength regressed because of the dormancy of the green lotus? Imo-chan asked, noticing that her aura was much weaker than before. I was seriously injured that time and had to recuperate for a long time. When I woke up, my strength had regressed a lot. I've been recuperating for more than a year and recultivating to build a good foundation. However, I've just broken through the peak of Immortal Venerable and entered the Immortal Emperor realm. She smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry to return to my peak. I still have to take one step at a time. Hearing this, Imo-chan said, This place is the holy land of the Buddhist sect, and it's extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Moreover, there are ancient golden lotuses here. You can cultivate here for a period of time and allow your strength to return to its peak. Then he smiled and said, If you didn't come, I wouldn't be able to leave here before my immortal body was completed. But now that you're here, you could take me out with you. Fengjiu was slightly surprised. He looked at Imo-chan and asked, You mean, you can move this ancient golden lotus into your spatial spirit spring? This way, I will naturally be able to leave this place with you. However, before that, I hope that you can cultivate here for a period of time. The Buddhist chi here might be able to allow your green lotus to bloom. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu paused for a moment. He looked at the golden lotus in the pool and said, Can this ancient golden lotus really help my green lotus bloom completely? If that's the case, then wouldn't Moses' leg be cured? If this ancient golden lotus can't help you bloom the green lotus and reach the peak of the green lotus strength, then you can only find the red lotus of hellfire. The power of the alloy lotus and the red lotus will definitely allow the green lotus ancient strength to fully bloom. Fengjiu shook his head and smiled. It took me a long time to find the whereabouts of the ancient golden lotus. As for the red lotus of hellfire, I have no clue at all. She looked at him and said, When I came in, the immortal Buddha told me that he could give me the ancient golden lotus, but I have to do 2 things for the myriad Buddhist sect. So, I can't stay here for too long. If that's the case, why don't you try and see if you can move the golden lotus? Imo-chan said as he looked at the ancient golden lotus that was emitting a golden light in the pool. Fengjiu hesitated and asked, But if I move the golden lotus, won't your soul become unstable? Will your newly condensed immortal body be damaged? It wasn't easy for her to see that he still existed in this world. She saw him appear in front of her. She saw that he had a chance to be reborn. She didn't want to kill this chance that he had obtained with great difficulty. When he disappeared from her sight, She had secretly made a decision in her heart. If possible, she would not let him sacrifice so much for her in this life. She hoped that he could live a good life and live a wonderful life that belonged to him. I don't think so. Now that I've condensed an immortal body, it won't disappear so easily. Emo-chan smiled warmly and said, "It's just I'm a little worried that you won't be able to move this golden lotus." Why? Fengjiu was slightly surprised. Chapter 39:15. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Although I am attached to the golden lotus and have condensed my soul into an immortal body, I am not completely one with the golden lotus. If you want to say anything, I can only say that I am only a temporary host and not the master. Therefore, if you can't move the golden lotus away, then I can only stay here until I cultivate an immortal body." Hearing this, Fengjiu stood up and walked to the side of the pond to look at the golden lotus. The golden lotus had already bloomed, and because it was in the holy land of Buddhism, the light on its body was very dazzling. Around the golden lotus, there were halos of the holy Buddha. She looked at Emo-chan and said, "Let me try." She moved her palm and condensed her spiritual aura. Her sleeves moved with her palm and brushed the golden lotus in the pond. However, she found that after a stream of air passed by, the water surface rippled, but the golden lotus was still floating on the water surface. It only swayed slightly, creating ripples on the water surface. Seeing this, she was slightly surprised and said, "Is it really that strange?" One must know that her inner space was a treasure of heaven and earth. It had been with her for so many years, and she had stored many things in it. It could be said that this situation had never happened before. Emo-chan had a gentle smile on his face. He stood up and waved his sleeves lightly, then straightened his robes and said, "It is difficult to move, but it is not impossible to move." Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "Then how do we move it?" She just found that her spiritual aura could not get close to the golden lotus and could only brush past it. In other words, if her spiritual aura could not get close, then she could not move the golden lotus away. This ancient golden lotus was in the holy land of Buddhism, and its holy light was very strong. Moreover, it was illuminated by the holy Buddha. Even if her spiritual aura was pure and clean, she could not get close to it. In this way, even if the golden lotus was here, she could not move it away. No, it was actually possible. She knew that if she refined the golden lotus blood drop and fused it with her, she would be able to take it away. However, she could not use this method. Ever since she found out that Emo-chan had used the golden lotus to reconstruct his immortal body, she had planned to let him fuse with the ancient golden lotus. Once he cultivated his immortal body, he would be able to bind it with his blood. Then, not only would the golden lotus become his immortal weapon, it would also help his cultivation level increase greatly, especially since he had used the golden lotus to reconstruct his immortal body. If he had the golden lotus with him, it would be even more beneficial to him. Without waiting for him to speak, Fengjiu continued, "If you can't move it, then let it stay here. You are a holy son. If you cultivate in this Buddhist sacred ground, you might be able to condense an immortal body even faster." Hearing this, Emo-chan smiled and said, "If I leave the golden lotus here, I won't be able to help you when you go against the master of the black lotus in the future. If I move the golden lotus away, even if my immortal body is not formed, I can still use the power of the golden lotus to help you." "You haven't cultivated the immortal blood drop yet?" Fengjiu asked as his gaze fell on Emo-chan. Emo-chan shook his head. "How can it be so easy to cultivate a drop of immortal blood drop? Now that my body is exposed to the sun for a long time, it will become transparent. Moreover, I can't appear for very long every day." Chapter 39:16. Fengjiu frowned and asked worriedly, "If that's the case, won't your soul be injured?" "I won't be injured, but I'll probably fall into a deep sleep again," Emo-chan said. Hearing this, Fengjiu shook her head. "Then let me think of another way." As she spoke, she looked at the golden lotus in the pond. She bent down and touched the water in the pond. She felt a pure and holy power spreading through the water. Perhaps it was because the power of the golden lotus had entered her body through her fingertips, but she felt that the green lotus in her body seemed to be releasing the power of the green lotus. She was surprised. Moving her palm, she guided the aura of the golden lotus into her body. After a while, she felt that the green lotus in her body that had been sleeping for a long time had awakened. She was overjoyed. She turned around and said, "Emo-chun." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. She looked at Emo-chun's body, which had become even more transparent than before. She was shocked and hurried to his side. "What happened to you? Why did your body become transparent?" Emo-chun smiled and comforted her. "It's nothing, don't worry. Your body is already like this, and you're still fine. How did you?" Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly paused and turned to look at the golden lotus in the pond. Then she looked at Emo-chun. "Is it because I guided the aura of the golden lotus in my body? Is that right?" He smiled gently. "It's all right. Didn't I tell you? I won't disappear so easily. It's just that my body is a little weaker. I'm sorry, I didn't think." She lowered her head apologetically, feeling very guilty. "It's all right. You don't have to say sorry." He raised his hand and wanted to rub her hair. Then he put his hand down and smiled gently. "Did the aura of the golden lotus awaken the green lotus in your body?" "Yes," she replied. "If that's the case, then you should cultivate here first. Not only the aura of the golden lotus, even the immortal Buddha aura here is beneficial to you." After hearing him say this more than once, she couldn't help but hesitate. She looked at him and said, "But if that's the case, wouldn't you?" Just now, she had only used her fingertip to draw the chi of the golden lotus into his body, and he had already become like this. If he cultivated here, wouldn't his newly condensed celestial body be beaten back to its original form? "I won't." He shook his head gently and said, "You can absorb the aura released by the ancient golden lotus to cultivate. That way, it won't harm me at all, and it won't harm the ancient golden lotus at all. At the same time, it can help you increase your strength." Hearing this, she said, "All right, I'll try to cultivate here first. Let's see if I can move the golden lotus out after the green lotus recovers. I've been out for a long time today. I have to go back first." As he spoke, he glanced at her, and with a tap of his foot, he walked towards the golden lotus in the pond. Fengjiu watched as his figure turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the ancient golden lotus. He couldn't help but be stunned. Emo-chun really did still exist, and he had obtained such an opportunity. The celestial body formed by the ancient golden lotus would be an immortal body in the future. It would be even better than Fengjiu's. Chapter 39:17. She had absorbed quite a bit of the golden lotus aura just now, so she wanted to take a look around first. After looking around, she walked into the forest. When Leng Hua woke up outside, it was already the next morning. He rubbed his aching head and got out of bed. When he thought of the scene before he fainted, he quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked out. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, he saw monk Ijia sitting outside, eating a steamed bun and porridge. "Benefactor, you're awake? Come and eat with us," Monk Ijia said. He didn't even look at Leng Hua and continued eating his porridge. The little monk who was waiting at the side looked at Leng Hua and went forward. "Benefactor, you haven't washed up yet, right? You can wash up later." Before he finished, he added, "The steamed bun and porridge are still warm." "Master Ijia, where's my master?" Leng Hua walked forward and asked. The monk didn't speak and just ate quietly. When the little monk saw this, he said, "Benefactor, my master doesn't speak when he's eating vegetarian food. Why don't you wash up first?" Seeing that Master Ijia had no intention of speaking, Leng Hua paused for a moment and went to the back to wash up. When he returned, Ijia had already finished eating while wiping the corners of his mouth. Thus, he asked again, "Master Ijia, how's my master now?" Only then did Monk Ijia look at him and say, "Amit Ba, Benefactor, don't worry. Your master has entered the Buddhist sacred land and hasn't come out yet." "Buddhist sacred land? Will she be in danger?" Leng Hua asked worriedly. He remembered that Monk Ba Mei flicked his sleeve and his master disappeared. How did she go to the Buddhist sacred land? With that female benefactor's cultivation and willpower, even if there's danger, it shouldn't be a problem for her. He stood up and clasped his hands together. Benefactor, if you're not used to living on this mountain, you can go down a mountain on your own. If you're used to living here, you can come to the hall to listen to Buddhist teachings. This penniless monk will take his leave first. Lung Hua stood up and hurriedly returned the greeting. Take care, master. He watched as the two of them turned and walked out. When they were out of the courtyard, he sat down and took out his communication tablet to report what had happened to the Yama Lord. In a courtyard in the city, the two children were crying because Fengjiu was not by their side. Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng were holding small toys to coax them. After Xianyuan Mose left the room, he came to the courtyard and saw the two children crying nonstop. He asked, "Did you feed them?" "Yes, both of them drank a bowl of goat milk," Qin Xian said. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose said, "Bring it over." The two of them looked at each other before carrying the two children forward. Xianyuan Mose took one in each hand and held the two children in his arms. As soon as the two children were carried by him, perhaps because they smelled the familiar scent on his body, they gradually stopped crying. They just blinked their watery eyes and looked at him with tears. Looking at the two children's innocent eyes, Xianyuan Mose's heart softened. He lowered his head and kissed the two children's foreheads. He said softly, "Your mother went out, but she'll be back soon. So, before she comes back, Daddy will accompany you. You have to be good and not cry. Okay?" Chapter 39:18. When Lung Shuang and the others in the courtyard saw this scene, they could not help but reveal a smile. It seemed that the Yama Lord had a way out. Xianyuan Mose played with the two children. After they fell asleep, he asked Qin Xian to carry them into the room. After serving tea, Huilang stood aside and said, "Master, Madam only took Lung Hua to the myriad Buddhist sect. Will she be in danger? Shall we go and have a look?" "No need." Xianyuan Mose took a sip of tea and said, "She can solve it by herself." As soon as his voice fell, Lung Hua seemed to have noticed something. He turned his palm, and a communication jade card appeared in his hand. When he injected his spiritual power into it, Lung Hua's voice also entered their ears. Except for Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng, who were taking care of the two children in the room, the others were in the courtyard. At this time, when they heard Lung Hua's voice from the communication jade token, they couldn't help but look at each other. They listened to Lung Hua's story about what happened in the myriad Buddhist sect. When they heard that Master was sent to the holy land of the Buddhism sect by a white-browed monk, they couldn't help but look at Xianyuan Mose. However, they saw that he just put away the transmission jade token and didn't say anything. "Master, Madam has entered the holy land of the Buddhism sect. Will she be in danger?" Huilang asked worriedly. They were all here, but Madam was the only one who entered the holy land. They didn't know if she would be in danger. After all, Madam's strength had not recovered to its peak. Lung Hua is really something. Why didn't he go in with her? At least he could take care of her. Huilang muttered. Even if Lung Hua wanted to go in with her, he couldn't do it without their permission. What's more, since they said it was a holy land, they naturally wouldn't let people in casually. Chi Kong said in a calm voice. Then he added, "However, Master's adaptability is enough to deal with anything. We should have confidence in her. Disperse. Go do whatever you need to do. There's no need to crowd around here." Xianyuan Mose raised his hand and gestured for them to leave. Yes, everyone responded, bowed, and retreated. Only Qin Xian and Lung Shuang were left waiting at the door. Xianyuan Mose took a sip of tea and looked at the blue sky. He thought to himself, "I wonder if she got the golden lotus?" After entering the Buddhist sacred ground, when would he return? At this time, he did not know what Fengjiu had encountered in the myriad Buddhist sect. Compared with their worries, Fengjiu seemed to be very relaxed. She walked around the Buddhist holy land and found that it was too big for her to walk through. Therefore, she just walked around. When she returned to the pool, she looked at the dazzling golden lotus in full bloom. Then she sat down cross-legged and put her hands on her body to cultivate. As her whole body and mind relaxed, her state of mind also reached a state of calmness that had never been seen before. Her entire body relaxed as she gently absorbed the aura of the golden lotus in the air. What she didn't expect was that her meditation lasted for half a month. Chapter 39:19. Why did you stop? Imo-chan asked. She adjusted the energy in her body and stood up, saying, My strength has increased too quickly in half a month. I can't just advance like this. I still need an opportunity. She looked at him and saw that his energy seemed to have stabilized. She asked, How about you? Are you feeling better? Imo-chan smiled. Yes, with the energy of the golden lotus nourishing my spirit, I'm recovering faster. Fengjie nodded and looked at the golden lotus in the pool, saying, I didn't think that I would cultivate for half a month. They must be waiting anxiously. Let me try again and see if I can move the golden lotus away. Okay, Imo-chan replied and stood up to watch from the side. In half a month, not only had her strength increased, even the green lotus in her body had regained its vitality. This was something she did not expect before she left. She had not seen her children for half a month after leaving home. She could not wait to go back and see them. At that moment, she gathered her thoughts and gently exhaled. She closed her eyes and felt the energy inside. At the same time, she activated the green lotus energy in her body. A wisp of green lotus energy flowed out from her body and slowly came to the palm of her hand. Following the flow of spiritual energy from her palm, the green lotus energy enveloped the golden lotus in the pool. The green aura gradually approached the ancient golden lotus. Perhaps the ancient golden lotus had sensed the same aura as the ancient golden lotus, but did not reject the green lotus aura until the green lotus aura enveloped the ancient golden lotus. In the next moment, Fengjie's heart moved. A golden light flashed, and the ancient golden lotus in the pond was moved into her space. It was also at that moment that Imo-chan transformed into a ray of golden light and vanished on the spot. She didn't even have the time to say a single word to Fengjie. The ground suddenly shook violently. Fengjie hurriedly steadied herself, but she couldn't resist the violent shaking. Suddenly, a suction force sucked her out. She only felt her vision blur, and when she reappeared, she was already in the main hall. Master. In the main hall, Longhua hurriedly got up to support Fengjie, whose body swayed slightly and almost fell. He was pleasantly surprised by her appearance. The other monks in the hall looked up at the trembling Buddha statue. Sitting on the ground, they also felt the ground tremble. However, with Fengjie's appearance, the tremors gradually dissipated and returned to normal. They couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the woman in red, standing in the middle of the hall. They didn't expect her to have stayed inside for half a month. Moreover, the tremors indicated that she had already taken the ancient golden lotus from the Holy Land. Amitabha, white eyebrows, put his palms together and murmured. He slowly stood up and looked at Fengjie. Benefactor, you are indeed an extraordinary person. Fengjie returned the salute and asked, Immortal Buddha-chan, what do you need me to do? A few months ago, the Saraira and a Heart Sutra in the Jiuxiao Pagoda of the Myriad Buddhist sect were stolen. The person who stole the Saraira and the Heart Sutra is my disciple. At this point, he lowered his head in shame and chanted Amitabha. He paused for a moment and then said, I hope that benefactor can help me find those two items. This is one thing. Chapter 39:20. Monk White Eyebrows paused for a moment, then put his palms together and said, Amitabha, he is dead. The old monk lowered his eyes with a trace of sadness and said, he lost his mind for a moment. After stealing our magic treasure, he was killed by the person who ordered him to do so. Fengjie was silent and did not say a word. One could tell that even though He-chan, Immortal Buddha's disciple, had disappointed him by stealing their sect's holy item, He-chan's face was still filled with grief at the mention of his death. It was clear that He-chan had deep feelings for his disciple. The second thing. Monk White Eyebrows paused for a moment, then looked at Fengjie and said, Benefactor, you are the star of Phoenix and the Lord of heaven and earth. You are destined to come to our Myriad Buddhist sect. The second thing is that I hope you can protect our Myriad Buddhist sect for 100 years. If within 100 years our myriad Buddha's sect suffers a great calamity, please be lenient for the sake of the golden lotus you gave us today." When the monks in the hall heard this, they were shocked and involuntarily looked at Zen Immortal Buddha with shock and doubt. Why would the Immortal Buddha ask her for this? Would their myriad Buddha's sect suffer a great calamity within 100 years? Moreover, the Star Phoenix, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, was she the benefactor called Fengjiu? If the myriad Buddha's sect was really in trouble, would she be able to help the myriad Buddha's sect avoid this calamity? For a moment, the monks looked at Fengjiu with complicated expressions. They did not say a word and just thought about it in their hearts. Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. A great calamity? She looked at Zen Immortal Buddha and saw his solemn expression. So she said, "Immortal Buddha, don't worry. I, Fengjiu, promise you, as long as the myriad Buddha's sect needs my help in the future, I will not refuse." She paused and thought for a moment. Looking at the great Buddha in the hall, she said, "I am indebted to the myriad Buddha's sect today, and there will be a time for me to repay the kindness. Today, I will leave a wisp of divine thought here. If that day really comes, I will do my best to help." As she spoke, she condensed a strand of divine sense and flicked it into the Buddha's sacred realm. In the future, if the myriad Buddha's sect really faced a great calamity, even if they didn't need to tell her, the divine thought left here would let her know when the Buddha moved. "Amipa, thank you, benefactor." The white-browed monk murmured softly and continued, "This journey points to disaster. Therefore, please allow Ijia to travel with you. He will tell you what you need to know along the way." Upon hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but look at the monk standing beside White Brow. He smiled and said, "Let Master Ijia travel with me? That's not a good idea, is it? He was a monk, and she was a woman. If they were traveling together, she wouldn't mind. However, she was afraid of ruining the reputation of the great monk. Moreover, this monk was a martial ancestor in the myriad Buddha's sect. How could she ask him to follow her everywhere?" Thinking of this, Fengjiu laughed. Unexpectedly, White Brow looked at Fengjiu and said solemnly, "Benefactor, this journey is dangerous. Moreover, you will face a bloody calamity. You have to be careful." Upon hearing this, Fengjiu stopped smiling. She looked at White Brow and said, "I will face a bloody calamity?" Chapter 39:21. When she went out, she didn't feel anything if she encountered danger. What she was most afraid of was that her children would be implicated because of her. After all, now that she was a mother, her first concern was her children's safety. "That's right." Monk Baimei nodded and said, "But don't worry too much. Your fated star is shining high, so you will be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Hearing this, Fengjiu frowned slightly. She bowed to him and said, "I know. Thank you, Immortal Buddha. Ijia, you can go with the benefactor." Monk Baimei said to Monk Ijia beside him. "Yes." He put his palms together and answered. Seeing this, Fengjiu said, "I've been here for more than half a month. It's time to go down the mountain. Masters, goodbye." She bowed to them as she spoke. "Amipa, take care, benefactor." The monks put their palms together and murmured softly, "Master Ijia, do you need to pack your things?" Fengjiu looked at the monk. "Amipa, as a monk, everything is empty. There's no need to pack anything. I'll go down the mountain with you, benefactor." Monk Ijia said, frowning slightly. "In that case, let's go." She cupped her hands to the crowd and turned to walk out. Monk Ijia bowed to Monk Baimei and the others and left with Fengjiu. Watching them leave, until their figures disappeared from sight, someone finally couldn't help but ask, "Immortal Buddha, will there be a great disaster in the next 100 years?" Monk Baimei put his palms together and said, "Yes, there will be a great disaster in the myriad Buddha's sect within 100 years. However, even I don't know when it will be. I can only ask her to protect us for 100 years. I hope she can help us get through this disaster." Hearing this, the monks couldn't help but look at each other with astonishment in their eyes. One of them asked again, "Immortal Buddha, who is that benefactor?" They only knew that he said she was the master of heaven and earth and the phoenix star, but they didn't know where this came from. She is blessed by the heavens. White Brow said. He looked at the sky outside and walked out slowly. On the other side, Feng Jiu and Leng Hua went down the mountain. Compared to the two of them when they went up the mountain, there was an additional monk beside them when they went down the mountain. Along the way, Master Yi Jie told Feng Jiu about some of the things that had happened. Then, he quietly walked beside them. After Feng Jiu memorized the information, he smiled and said, "Great Master Yi Jie, I've been away from the mountain for more than half a month. I miss my children and my husband very much, so I'll have to discuss this with my husband when I get home. If they don't come along, I'll probably have to stay at home for 2 more days to accompany my children. At that time, I'll have to ask you to stay for the time being." "Amit Ba, I'll follow your arrangement," he said slowly, indicating that he had no objections. Perhaps it was because he thought that he could return to see the children, Mose, and the rest. Feng Jiu's mood became cheerful. On this trip up the mountain, other than obtaining the Golden Lotus, she also knew that Mo Chen also had such an opportunity. She was really happy. Chapter 39:22. The distance between the myriad Buddhist sect and the city where Xinyuan Mose was located was not close. Therefore, when Feng Jiu and the others returned to the city, the sky had already darkened. Lanterns were hung high everywhere in the city, especially the red lanterns hanging on the shops on both sides of the street, which became a beautiful scene in the market. Men and women were walking along the street in groups of 3 or 5. Children were running and playing on the street. The hawkers' cries and the pedestrians' whispers mixed together to form a lively and peaceful scene. Feng Jiu looked at the wind chimes on the street, which made a crisp and pleasant sound in the wind. So, he stopped and walked toward the stall. The monk stopped and looked at Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red, with a smile on his face. He picked a string of wind chimes and a colorful pinwheel from the stall. His eyes flashed slightly. She was the destined phoenix star, the lord of heaven and earth. However, she was also the mother of 2 children. Like ordinary mothers, she always thought of her 2 children. "Master, it's just ahead." Feng Jiu put the 2 small gifts into the space. After saying this to Monk Yi Jie, he continued to walk forward. After crossing the street and turning into an alley, the monk looked at the quiet house in front of him and then looked at the man who knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" Luo Yu's voice came from inside. After a while, the door opened. When Luo Yu saw Feng Jiu and the others standing outside, he could not help but smile in surprise. "Master, Leng Hua, you're back. This is great. Come in, come in." "Eh? Why is there a monk behind you?" Luo Yu said, looking back. The more he looked at the monk, the more familiar he felt. He said, "This monk looks very familiar. This is Master Yi Jie," Feng Jiu said with a smile. "Oh," Luo Yu replied, his gaze still lingering on the monk. "Why did Master come back with a monk?" "Master, please." Feng Jiu turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Almsgiver, please." The monk did not go first, but let Feng Jiu go first. Feng Jiu smiled and walked inside. He said to Leng Hua, "Clean up a room for Master Yi Jie to rest and prepare some vegetarian food." "Yes, Master. Don't worry. I'll arrange it," Leng Hua said. After entering the house, Leng Hua took the monk to rest, while Luo Yu and Feng Jiu went to the backyard. Looking at Master, whom he had not seen for half a month, Luo Yu hurriedly asked, "Master, have you got the ancient golden lotus? Why did the monk come with you?" "I got the ancient golden lotus. As for him, I promised the myriad Buddhist sect to do something for them, so Master Yi Jie came with me." As Feng Jiu spoke, she walked to the backyard and asked, "How is everything at home while I was away?" Hearing her question, Luo Yu grinned and said, "Don't worry, Master. Everyone is fine." In the beginning, the 2 little masters would cry and make a fuss when they were sleeping. However, with Yenju's coaxing, they no longer made a fuss. Furthermore, they eat a lot every day and have grown a little bigger than when Master left. Feng Jiu was relieved. "That's good. Master, you're back." Du Fan saw her and bowed with a smile. "I'm back," Feng Jiu replied. Chapter 39:23. Feng Jiu looked at them and nodded slightly. Yes. They smiled and didn't follow him into the courtyard. Instead, they stood outside and watched their master walk into the courtyard. Then, Chi Kong said to the people around him, "It seems that there will be a lot of fun tonight." "Ha ha! Master is finally back. No matter what, it should be lively. How about this? I'll go to the restaurant in the city to book a table of food and have them send it over directly," Du Fan said with a smile. He closed the fan in his hand and patted Hui Lang on the shoulder. "Master has been gone for half a month. Let them have a good time. You don't have to go in and join in the fun. If you have any questions, it won't be too late to ask at dinner." "You're right. Then I'll go with you to book a table." Hui Lang grinned and put his arm around Du Fan's shoulder. Luo Yu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "If you're going to book a table, it's best to order a few vegetarian dishes. There was a big monk who came back with Master just now." Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. They looked at each other and said, "Big monk? Why is there a monk? He came back with Master and Longhua?" "Yes, it's Master Ijia. We met him on the way. We just entered the door together. Now Master asked Longhua to take him to the guest room to rest first," Luo Yu said. Hearing this, Du Fan nodded. "I see. Then we'll order a few vegetarian dishes when we book a table. That's all for now. We'll talk later." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out with Hui Lang. As they walked, they discussed which restaurant had the best food and wine. Longhua and Qin Xian, who were waiting outside the room in the courtyard, saw Feng Jiu come back. They hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Master." "Well, you can leave now," Feng Jiu said. He opened the door and walked inside. In the room, on the bed, Xin Yuan Mose was lying on his side. He supported his head with one hand and watched the two children rolling around on the bed, squeaking. He sometimes stretched out his hand to tease the two children, making them giggle. At this moment, a familiar breath approached. He was slightly surprised. When he looked back, he saw a red figure hugging him from behind. A familiar voice with a smile came into his ears. "I'm back." Xin Yuan Mose smirked and turned to lie on his side. Reaching out, he pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. After the kiss, he let go of her and said, "Why were you gone for so long? Did everything go well?" Feng Jiu smiled, lying on his chest, and said, "Well, the people of the Million Buddhas sect didn't embarrass me. They sent me to a holy place of their Buddhist sect. I saw the ancient golden lotus there, and there was an unexpected surprise." As she said, she got up, picked up her two children, and kissed their pink little faces. She smiled and called, "My babies, come on. Let me kiss you again." The two children smelled the familiar breath on her body, and their little faces showed a happy expression. They rubbed in her arms like two little puppies, and their little mouths were in a mess, as if they were looking for something. Seeing this, Xin Yuan Mose sat up. He reached out and lifted his son from Feng Jiu's chest, put him on the bed, and said, "Go and play." Chapter 39:24. The little guy was very happy. He stretched out his chubby hands to hug Feng Jiu's face and giggled, making Feng Jiu chuckle as well. Xin Yuan Mose looked at his wife and children, his eyes overflowing with gentleness and love. After a while, he asked, "Did you say there was an unexpected surprise?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu hugged the two children, sat on the bed, and looked at him, saying, "I saw Mo Chun in the sacred land of Buddhism." Xin Yuan Mose was slightly surprised, saying, "You saw Mo Chun in the sacred land of Buddhism? An illusion?" "No, it's real. He still exists," Feng Jiu said with a serious expression. "However, he is indeed dead. Only a part of his soul is left in this world. The power of his soul is condensed in the golden lotus seed that he left behind. The power of his soul somehow went to the sacred land of Buddhism and attached itself to the golden lotus. This time, I went to the sacred land of Buddhism to look for the ancient golden lotus and found out that he still existed." Hearing Feng Jiu's words, Xin Yuan Mose frowned slightly, saying, "Could it be an illusion? He clearly disappeared from this world. How could there be a part of his soul left in this world?" As he said this, he held her hands with both hands and said in a low voice, "Are you still blaming yourself for his death? Is that why you had such an illusion?" He saw with his own eyes that the person disappeared from this world. Not even a part of his body was left behind. How could he still exist in this world? Feng Jiu smiled, saying, "At first, I didn't believe that he still existed. I thought it was an illusion after entering the sacred land. But later, it was confirmed that he really did exist. He really did exist." She paused for a moment before continuing. "However, his soul is very weak right now. Because he was attached to the ancient golden lotus for so long, he was able to condense his celestial body. This time, when I moved the ancient golden lotus from the Buddhist holy land into my space, he also entered my space." "So, he is now in your space?" Xianyuan Mose asked. Feng Jiu nodded. "Yes, he attached himself to the ancient golden lotus. Now that the ancient golden lotus is in my space, he is naturally in it. However, because his soul and immortal body are unstable, he can't appear for long." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo smiled, saying, "If that's the case, then that's good." As for the fact that he was still alive and had obtained such an opportunity, she would no longer feel guilty or blame herself for what he had done for her in the future. "Tomorrow I'll see if I can let him come out and meet you." I told him that our son and daughter recognized him as their adoptive father. Feng Jiu smiled, looking at the two children rolling on the bed. Calm, calm. As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "In that case, you wouldn't be able to absorb the power of the Golden Lotus?" "Yes, I'm thinking of letting Mo-chan inherit the ancient Golden Lotus's power. His spirit is attached to the ancient Golden Lotus. This is his opportunity. Moreover, it's good that he obtained this power. At least he won't be our enemy. When we deal with the Devil Lord in the future, if he has already achieved a mortal body, he will naturally be able to lend us a hand." Chapter 39:25. There's one more thing. Feng Jiu looked at her and said, "The Thousand Buddhas sect gave me the Golden Lotus and asked me to do something for them." She simply told him what the white-browed monk had asked her to do and said, "So when I came back this time, the monk called Ijia also came back with me. He said that he wanted to go with me. In addition, the white-browed monk also asked me to protect the Thousand Buddhas sect for 100 years. If there is a catastrophe within 100 years, I have to help them." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose asked, "What are you going to do? Do you want to go by yourself or with us?" Feng Jiu couldn't help but look at the two children with reluctance in her eyes. "This time, I went to the Thousand Buddhas sect and stayed for half a month. If I go to help them find the Saraira, I don't know how much time it will take. When I think of not being able to see the two children, I feel reluctant. But if I take them with me, I'm worried that they will be in danger and be in danger." At this time, she was also in a dilemma. Xianyuan Mose pondered for a while and said, "In that case, take the two children with you. There will be no problem with so many people. What's more, if you go on this trip, you probably won't come back for a year and a half. In this case, it's better to go together, lest the two children can't recognize you." "Really? What if there's really danger on the road?" She reached out and poked little Yu-er, who had climbed onto her leg. Xianyuan Mo smiled and said, "Take them with you. If there is danger, we will protect them. What's more, with so many of us, what danger could be difficult for us?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu thought for a while and said, "That's true. Okay, then let's go together. But let's rest for 2 days before we set off. My green lotus has awakened. Let me see if I can cure your leg." "Okay," Xianyuan Mose responded. Seeing that she was about to roll up the corner of his trousers, he immediately reached out and grabbed her hand and said, "You just came back, so take a rest first. My leg is not in a hurry." "It's okay, I'm not tired. And I also want to know if my current power of green lotus can cure your leg." As she spoke, she got out of bed and rolled up his trousers. First, she massaged his leg and then used silver needles to stimulate the circulation of his acupoints. After a while, she condensed a green chi in her palm and covered his knees, trying to use the chi of green lotus to restore the feeling in his legs. Xianyuan Mose looked at her quietly, his eyes full of gentle affection. He looked at her focused and serious face and thought of something. "Ajio, how long will it take for Mo-chan to cultivate an immortal body?" At most. It is, at most. As for when Mo-chan will be able to cultivate the immortal body, I really don't know." She paused for a moment before continuing. But with Mo Chin's talent and luck, perhaps it won't take more than a few years. She raised her head and looked at him. Tapping his knee, she asked, "Do you feel anything?" Chapter 39:26. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu broke into a smile. It seems like it's still somewhat useful. She used the green lotus chi to treat him for a while until a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did she withdraw her hand and say, "I'll try again tomorrow. Have Lung Shuang and the others prepare some water for you. Go take a bath," he said slowly as he pulled down his trousers. "Okay," Feng Jiu replied. She got up and walked outside to call out. When she saw Lung Hua outside the courtyard, she walked over and asked, "Have you settled Great Master Yijie?" "I've already settled, Master," Lung Hua said with a smile. "I heard from them that Du Fan and Hui Lang went to book a banquet. They're planning to have some fun tonight." Feng Jiu nodded and said, "That's good too. Let's set the banquet in the front courtyard." "All right. Remember to order a few vegetarian dishes for Great Master Yijie. They know that Great Master Yijie will also be there, so they'll order a few vegetarian dishes." Lung Hua asked again, "Master, are we leaving together or what? If we leave together, I'll have to deal with the matters of this residence first." "Let's go together. I just talked to Mose. He said that we'll leave together so that we can look after each other along the way. Besides, we don't know how long we'll be gone this time," Feng Jiu said. She was still a little worried when she thought of the bloody disaster that the white-browed monk had mentioned. If they left together, she was really worried that they would implicate the two children. However, if she sent the two children away, she couldn't bear to and wouldn't feel at ease. No matter what, she wouldn't feel at ease. Bringing them along with her would make her feel at ease. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let nature take its course." "All right then. I'll deal with the matters of the residence first tomorrow," Lung Hua said. He bowed and left first. "Master, the bath water is ready." Lung Shuang came over and said, "Okay," Feng Jiu said, then turned and walked back. After taking a bath, she changed into a new set of clothes and dried her hair. She thought of the little toys she had bought on the way back to play with, so she walked into the inner room with a smile. "Why aren't these two little fellows sleeping? Aren't you tired of rolling around on the bed?" She smiled and sat down by the bed. She reached out and rubbed the two children's little heads. Looking at the two identical little faces, she couldn't help but smile. "Mose, look at our son and daughter. Why are they so cute? When you grow up in the future, do you think it will still be the same?" The corners of Xianyuan Mose's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with love as he looked at the two fair and tender children. He said, "When they grow up in the future, their appearances will only become more and more beautiful. However, although the two of them look the same, their personalities are as different as heaven and earth." That's true. Our son's character is like yours, and our daughter is like mine." She smiled and took out a wind chime and a windmill from her space. "Little babies, look at what this is." The wind chime gently shook, producing a clear and melodious sound. The rainbow-colored windmill spun, causing the two children to giggle. They stretched out their chubby little hands. "Want to take it?" "Do you want it? You don't know how to play with it yet. Mother will let you play with it." She smiled and teased the two children. The rainbow-colored windmill spun in her hand. As the windmill spun, the rainbow-colored ribbons flew. It was very beautiful. "Come, let's go to the front and prepare to eat." She hung the wind chime by the window, then placed the windmill at the head of the small bed where the children slept. Only then did she go forward to pick up the two children. Chapter 39:27. Feng Jiu was all smiles as she carried the two children in her arms, one in each hand. Only when she carried them in her arms did she realize how heavy these two little fellows were. Moreover, they were wearing a lot of clothes, and their whole bodies were plump. "No, I can't carry two." She hastily put down one of them, fearing that the child in her arms would twist and fall. "Lung Shuang, come in and carry the child." Xianyuan Mose called out and let Lung Shuang, who was outside, come in and help carry one child. Lung Shuang, who was waiting outside the room, came in and took the child from Feng Jiu. He said, "Master, Yama Lord, the banquet in front has already been set up. You can go over now. You take you over first." We'll come in a while, Feng Jiu said, and let him carry little Yu to the front. Yes, Lung Shuang answered. After bowing, he carried the child and retreated. Xin Yuan Mose got down from the bed and sat in the wheelchair. Looking at her carrying the child, he said, "Let's go." Little Mu Chun obediently stayed in Feng Jiu's arms. He didn't make a fuss and only quietly looked at her. That well-behaved little appearance made Feng Jiu couldn't help but lower her head and kiss him. "Son, Mother will take you to the front to have some fun." Seeing her kiss his son again, Xin Yuan Mose couldn't help but say, "This boy can't always be kissed. He'll be shy in the future." Feng Jiu's beautiful eyes smiled as she glanced at him and said, "Yes, yes, yes. If you can't kiss a son, then kissing a daughter is fine, right? Cough, you can also kiss me." He lightly coughed as he looked at her with his deep black eyes. Hearing these words, Feng Jiu teasingly smiled. "I still remember that time when I accidentally kissed you. You directly fainted." Hearing her mention this matter, Xin Yuan Mose was embarrassed and said, "Let's not talk about the past. Let's go. I don't want them to wait too long." As he spoke, he pushed the wheelchair out. Seeing him walk out, Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. He carried the child and followed beside him. In front of them, everyone was gathered. They did not put several tables together. Instead, there was a small rectangular table in front of two people with wine and dishes on it. Where's Lung Hua? Why haven't I seen him yet?" Hui Lang looked around and didn't see Lung Hua, so he asked. He went to invite Master Ijia. As Du Fan spoke, he placed wine on everyone's table and said with a smile, "Master has been away for half a month, and we've also been idle here for half a month. Now that Master has returned, it feels much livelier. Lung Shuang is here. Is he carrying little Mu Chun or little Yu? Luo Yu stood up and wanted to check on the child, but Hui Lang was faster. He stood up and pressed a hand on Luo Yu's shoulder, forcing him to sit down. "Just sit down. I'll carry the little master here." Hui Lang grinned and patted his shoulder. He quickly walked over to Lung Shuang and asked, "Lung Shuang, is the child you're carrying little Yu?" "Yes," Lung Shuang replied. Then he stepped forward and reached out to take the child from her. Little Yu was more lively and active. She was used to everyone fighting to carry her, so she didn't cry when Hui Lang carried her. Instead, she giggled and her saliva stained his lapel.